You may bring the jury. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Day number 15, State's case. The last objection was sustained, and ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, when I sustain an objection, that means you're to disregard the question and any response. You may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May it please the Court. Mr. Tinsley, good morning.
Good morning.
Just to kind of reset the table from where we left off, you had testified about pursuing the case against the defendant over the boat wreck, correct?
Correct.
And you had communicated to the defense that the defendant was going to have to pay personally, correct?
Correct.
Not just the insurance.
Correct.
And you had been told that the defendant was broke, correct?
That's correct.
And you had filed a motion to compel. Had you filed a motion to compel, States 402, seeking to identify any bank accounts that he had?
In October of 2020.
Could I have the elbow, please? And the screen. David, if you can help. All right. I think one of the things that you had also testified to is that just generally COVID had kind of slowed things down in the court system.
Ultimately, yes.
And then you had some health issues that you were dealing with as well. Is that correct?
At some point, yes.
At some point in time, did a hearing in the boat case that would include a hearing on this motion to compel that's on the screen get scheduled?
It did.
And when did it initially get scheduled?
My recollection is it was set for May the 30th, 2021.
All right, and let me show you an exhibit real quick. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 404 and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right, and what is that?
That is a communication about the hearing. It's actually about a status conference about the hearing that's going to be on May the 30th.
Okay. All right, and what was the day of that status conference going to be?
May the 7th, 2021.
All right, and then look at the subject line on that and just take a look at that real quick.
Motions hearing May the 11th?
Yeah. Was that the date or was it May 30th for the motions hearing? To your recollection?
To my recollection, it's May the 30th.
All right. But this email is related to that particular hearing, is that correct?
It's related to the hearing on my motion to compel and some other hearings, yes.
All right. At this point, Your Honor, I move to admit States 404, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection.
And is that the particular email we were just discussing?
It is. And you're correct, the hearing was May the 11th.
May the 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. You haven't seen that? That refreshes your recollection?
Yes.
States 405. And have a take a look at that and see if you recognize this.
I do.
All right, and tell me what this is, please.
It's an email from Judge Hall, who had been assigned the case, about the hearing. John Tiller, who was Alex's lawyer in the boat crash case, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer about the same time, just before I found out I had cancer. And so he had a chemotherapy treatment that was going to run long the day of the hearing. He didn't always know when his treatments would be, but about a week before he would know. And so the hearing needed to be rescheduled to accommodate John's treatment.
All right, and just initially when that request was made, what was the judge in that case's response?
The hearing would go forward as scheduled, and one of Alex's other lawyers could attend.
All right, so initially the judge denied that continuous request, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened after that ultimately resulted in it being continued?
I sent an email. John Tiller was my friend, and I didn't object to continuing it. And then the judge had a status conference, and at that point, we continued the hearing until June the 10th.
In the course of this litigation, given that we were coming out of COVID, had the judge in that particular case been relatively aggressive in wanting to move this case forward, to your assessment?
The judge knew that I was in Florida receiving treatment and was accommodating that. No, he wasn't being aggressive at that time. It was when I was ready, and so I was back and we were ready.
And that's what led to this initial hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
But ultimately you agreed to let this thing be continued, correct?
I did.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 405 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
And down at the bottom of this email chain, what's the date on that? Can you read there on your screen, or I need to bring it back to you?
May 5th, 2021.
And that's communication from whom?
That's from John Tiller to Judge Hall.
All right.
And that's relaying the need for the postponement for the chemotherapy treatment.
All right. And then there were the communications from you related to that, is that correct? Well, let me go right here. This is the response right there. Is that correct, from Judge Hall?
That's the initial response, that he intended to go forward with the hearing as scheduled, and that Mr. Condon from the same firm could handle it.
Show you now what's been marked as States 406 and see if you recognize this particular document.
I do.
All right. And what is this? Tell the jury what this is, please.
That's an email from John Tiller. So after the email that's on the screen saying I intend to go forward, John Tiller sent another email explaining a little more detail what was going on, and that he had, I believe it says he had spoken to me and I had agreed. They were my motions. There were some other motions, but when it's your motion, you can agree to continue it if a party wants it continued and you don't object. And so that's what that's doing, is trying to get the judge to not go forward with the May the 11th date.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 406 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
All right, and the date on that particular email is?
May the 6th, 2021.
Did the judge ultimately, though, based on this series of emails, granted the continuance on this motions hearing, correct?
Well, he gave us a status conference in which we did by video, and ultimately he agreed.
Okay. And what day was the motions hearing that included the motion to compel rescheduled for?
June 10th. 2021.
Going back to States 402, one of the matters that was on the table to be heard would have been your attempt to get compelled responses to this interrogatory from the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Seeking identification of his bank accounts.
That's correct.
Remember what day of the week? June the 10th, 2021 would have been?
I believe it's a Thursday.
How'd you hear about the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I got a phone call sometime in the middle of the night, 11:30, after my recollection.
That was on June 7th, 2021?
That's right.
Into June 8th, 2021?
I think I heard it's still June 7th when I hear about it, but yes.
On June 8th, 2021, did you have any conversations with any of the lawyers involved in the boat case or any communications?
I believe so. I think that it was more of there wasn't a whole lot of consideration to be given to the fact that the hearing wasn't going to go forward. It was sort of shock and horror of what had happened, and nobody really knew what to do in the moment.
Of course, that hearing's not going forward after this.
It did not.
We'll show you what's been marked as States 407 and see if you recognize that particular document.
I do. This is an email from Judge Hall's law clerk. Judge Hall's over the boat crash case to me and the lawyer for Parker's, as well as about the fact that the hearing's not going forward.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 407.
Additional objection.
So admitted.
What's the date of that email?
June 8th, 2021,
What time?
4:24 p.m. I think there's an email from John Tiller that precedes this one that morning, but
Right. But ultimately, there were communications the following day that obviously we're not going forward with this hearing on the motion to compel, correct?
yeah, pretty much immediately.
And at that period of time, was there any date set in the wake of all of this for it to be reheard?
There was not.
In the wake of the murders, did you generally understand or have an idea of at least what had happened to Maggie and Paul, how they had been killed?
I did.
Just from media reports and the rest of it?
That's right.
And did that have any effect, that tragedy of their deaths, did that have any effect on your assessment of the boat case and how everything fit together if things were how they initially appeared?
It would have affected. I mean, yes, it did, and it would have ended the case.
It would have ended the case against who?
Against Alex Murdaugh.
And explain that to the jury. Why? What had changed after this terrible tragedy?
Well, when you have a civil case, nice people get good verdicts, okay, just generally speaking. Yes, sir. Nice people get good verdicts. You really have to motivate a jury to want to help somebody in a civil case. And so if you compared, say, Attila the Hun with some sweet grandmother, who gets a better result? It's the sweet grandmother. If Alec is the victim of a vigilante, nobody's going to hold him accountable. Doesn't make any difference what he did or how clearly what he did contributed. The case would be over against Alec. And so initially it could have been over. It appeared that it was going to be over against Alec. Because I had other defendants. I had Parker's convenience store that clearly violated its rules, and so you wouldn't want a very sympathetic person in your case when you have somebody who clearly violated the rules and caused this tragedy. So it would have been over against him.
The sympathies of the case had changed if Alec had truly been, his family had been the victim of some vigilante or something like that.
The sympathies would have changed if that had been true.
And assessing those sympathies and those emotions in a case like this is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer. Is that correct?
It's what we try to do.
And it's what Alex Murdaugh used to do as well when he was a plaintiff's lawyer.
I think he was good at reading people and knowing what made them tick.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Nothing further at this time. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Thank you.
Mr. Barber.
Good morning, Mr. Tinsley.
Good morning.
Maybe just start asking a couple of questions that I think are just some things that we could agree on before maybe getting to some other things. Was there any life insurance for Maggie or Paul?
I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alec.
And if this motions hearing, which was not just the motion to compel, it was other motions, correct, on June the 10th?
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least for the motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process? Right. In other words, I believe it was your previous testimony. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, that this would have been another step, but it wasn't the end point.
So what happens?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony? There wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well, if you let me finish.
No,
Your Honor, I would like to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer to one of those questions, and I object to the form of the question.
Pose one question.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you previously testify, I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Quote. Did you testify, did those words come from that stand when you previously testified, yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again, and I could not understand what you said.
I
Was there an explosion?
apologize for that. I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Yes or no, is that your testimony previously? Just yes or no.
It's possible. You're trying to turn it into something it's not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
You're asked about the motion to compel being another step in the process. Is that correct?
It was a way to put pressure on Alec.
Okay. But if, after that hearing happened, and an order granting a motion to compel had been issued, that starts a process that's going to run its course. Is that correct?
Objection, pleading.
If a order is, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. If a order to compel is granted, tell us about the process that happens after that as it relates to your specific interrogatory we've talked about here today.
Sure. The process starts on Alec's side way before. If you look at those exhibits that they marked the email, you'll see Danny Henderson. Again, Danny Henderson was his personal lawyer. Danny Henderson is also a shareholder in the firm. Danny Henderson is reviewing every single document. That's how meticulous Danny Henderson is. He reviews all of the account information before I get it. And nobody knows better what Alec's making than Danny Henderson. I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the explosion.
Object, Your Honor. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
Speculation.
Response.
Your Honor, he is speaking of
Response to the objection.
he has testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know
Foundation and your response to the objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Overrule the objection. You may answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. For instance, I had subpoenaed the phone records, not only Alex, his father's, but we also had John Marvin, Alex's brother's phone records. Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I could get my hands on them. Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition. He was intimately involved in every aspect of the case.
If an order to compel is issued, what was going to be your next step if you had an identification of accounts by the defendant?
Subpoena those accounts.
And if those accounts are subpoenaed, can potentially people move to quash those?
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
I sustain the objection.
If motions to quash had been filed, though, you could have continued to seek that and there would have been further hearings. Is that correct?
I would have continued.
Objection to sustain. That's the leading.
What would have happened if motions to quash were filed as to any subpoenas you issued for the specific information about the defendant's accounts?
I would have continued to push. We would have continued to argue about it.
Would have a process been put in motion, though, that was going to conclusion if an order had been issued on June 10th, 2021?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Let's step down.
Thank you.
The next witness.
May it please the court. Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Ms. Blanca Simpson.
From the testimony about the George Floyd, I did the truth to help you God. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Blanca Turrubiate-Simpson, Turrubiate-Simpson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this difficult for you to be here today?
Yes, sir, it is.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, Ms. Simpson, about yourself, where you're from, your family if you want to, and just kind of what you've been doing in life leading up to today, generally, please?
Yes, sir. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I joined the military at the age of 17. I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years. I was stationed on the USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah, Naval Air Station Oceana right before I left.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
And my husband was also a heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that the military was just not going to be a good environment for raising children, so we made a decision. Instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31, 23, 21, and a 17-year-old. They're all been raised down here in South Carolina.
Any of them still at home?
Yes, sir, and 17-year-old.
Where was your husband from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South
Gifford.
Carolina.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
When you came to South Carolina, you'd never been here before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got here besides the hardest job in the world, being a mom and raising kids? What else did you do?
When we moved here, we had enough leave built that we didn't have to work for almost 2 months. So I went to, after about a week, I kind of got bored because I'm used to having hands-on doing something. So I went to the local Piggly Wiggly store in town, and I asked I didn't know he was the owner at the time. I realized he was the owner after, if I could get a job because I was bored. And
how many kids do you have?
I have 5.
Okay.
But I only had the 2 oldest ones
Okay.
at that time. And so he said the only job he had was a stalker, and I actually had no idea what that meant because I had just graduated high school and went in the military, so I didn't know. But I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for a little bit. So I took that job, and then within a week I got a call from another job that I had put in where it was brazing or welding at Scotsman, which is in Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits, and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, that sort of thing. So I went there. After about 2 weeks, another job called me and had better dental medical benefits for my kids. So that was the first time I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers. In 2001, I was offered a job at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the job. So I left Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina, where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before my year's up, I got promoted to the Special Investigative Support Tech Office, where I was responsible for managing, producing reports, weekly reports, and also profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of staff members that were bilingual. So my job basically became profiling, interviewing, and associating members, the inmate population with gangs.
And how long did you do that?
From 2001 to 2007.
Not that anybody cares, but is that when I first met you?
Yes, sir.
Did you help me arrange a meeting with a prisoner I need to interview?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave that job?
Just burned. When you're the only one of the only ones in the office that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with a Hispanic population that had grown up quite a bit from the time I got there, and still having to do your daily duties in the office, and nobody's helping you, you tend to burn out pretty quick. So
if an incident,
I made a decision to leave.
So if an incident happened when they needed a translator,
I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic inmates.
What did you do after that?
I went into real estate for a little bit, which was not so good because that's when the market crashed.
And again, for the jury's edification, what year is this when you quit the prison?
2007.
And you're living where?
In Brunson.
I'm sorry?
Brunson.
So how long did you stay in real estate?
Maybe about a year and a half.
Your family's grown at this point, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired.
When I first moved to Gifford with my husband, like I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years. I met a lady who I befriended. She was Hispanic, and we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. Her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. One of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro. And a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress. And as I talked to her, she said, "I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand." She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said, "I'm going to find you an attorney. I'll look around." I said, "And we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one." And because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case. So at that point, I started looking around, and I happened to walk into the law firm. And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Just walked in, and that's where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were trying to assist this individual who was having trouble communicating with her prior attorney. Don't mention whoever that attorney was, but you helped her get a new attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you help with that case, that particular case with this friend?
Yes, sir. He told me he would take the case.
Who is he? Who's
Alex told me he would take the case as long as I translated and helped him with the details. Because he didn't have anybody in the office that was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translators.
Yes, sir.
So you helped with that case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you assist in other cases with
Yes, sir, I did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating, or when there were accidents and the folks were injured, and if they did not speak the English language, he would ask me to translate.
And were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. He would. It wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, whatever I did, whether it was to get him signed up with a law firm, basically, or if I had any type of, in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals, who were in the accident.
And that went on for a period of time when you were assisting either Alex Murdaugh or the law firm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that change into a caregiver, if you will, or respectfully, I don't mean housekeeper or whatever term you'd like to call it, for Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alex had called me and said Maggie was looking for a person to help her in the home. And at that point, real estate wasn't really doing much for me, and so I told her I couldn't find anybody. I had asked around, and at that point, I told him, I said, well, I'll help her. And he was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'll help her. I said, it's no big deal to me. It's honest work. So I said that I would help her.
You were clearly qualified.
Yes, sir.
So what did you start doing for either the Murdaughs or Maggie Murdaugh?
I started helping the other ladies in the house with the cleaning, with running errands, running to the bank for her, whatever she needed me to do.
And when did that start, Ms. Blanca?
In 2007.
And were the two young children, or the two children, Paul and Buster Murdaugh, were they younger at the, obviously they were younger when you...
Yes, sir, they were young.
And would you have interaction with them and or Alex Murdaugh during this time period?
Yes, sir.
How often were you working for the Murdaughs?
At that point, it was maybe every other day, depending on how often she needed me.
And where was that? Where specifically were you working? Where was their house?
At the house on Holly Street in Hampton.
How long did that go on before you stopped? And tell them why you stopped.
I worked there with them on and off, not on and off, I shouldn't say that, every 2 to 3 days, or it wasn't a daily thing at that point. Then I did go probably about maybe, I can't recall whether it was a few months later or a couple of weeks later. There was an incident at the house, and somebody had tried to burn the house. So that's when I actually went and started helping her more full time, because she had to go through a lot of the damages and all that. I helped her document a lot of whatever damages were done from the diesel and stuff that was spilled all throughout the house by the individual.
And maybe I wasn't clear in my question. Did there come a point where you had some health issues?
Yes, sir. At one point, I suffered a stroke, and I had to stop working and go through rehab for a while.
And what year was that? 17 and 18, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So prior to your stroke and you had to go to rehab, how long did you work for the Murdaughs?
It was a few years by then.
How long were you out after you had your stroke, Blanca?
Maybe almost 4 years.
Did there come a point where you went back and started working with Alex, with the Murdaugh family?
Yes, sir.
And tell these folks when that was.
Shortly after the boating accident, I reached out to Alex and Maggie, and I told them if they needed anything that they could call on me. And at that point, Maggie said that she would like for me to come back if I was able to. So I told her I would. At that point, I was feeling better, so I told her that I would go back. And once I went back, it was like I actually never left.
I was just informed the stroke was in 2015, not 2017.
Yes,
I apologize.
Sir. Yes, sir.
So after your recovery, you started working and actually called them, the Murdaugh family, and said, if y'all need anything.
If y'all need anything, I'm here.
And I don't think anybody will dispute that was in February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Time period?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you went back to work with the family after the boating accident, tell these folks, what were your duties then? What was your job?
I started right back at the same thing. I was helping with the cleaning. I was helping running errands. I would cash checks. I would, and what I say by cashing checks for Maggie, sometimes she didn't have time or she was busy doing other things, so she would send me to the bank to cash checks to pay the people that she had working around the house.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. The maintenance, you know, that sort of thing, whatever she was doing around the house.
And where were they living, the Murdaugh family, at this point in 2019?
Both places,
Okay, tell the folks where both places.
Moselle and Hampton.
So you're working at both residences?
Yes, sir, both.
And did there come a time where they moved exclusively for the primary residence to, well, where was their primary residence?
Their primary residence was Holly Street, and once they sold the house, they moved straight into Moselle, full-time.
We hadn't heard much about Maggie, and I'm limited what I can say in a murder case, but did y'all get fairly close?
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't working for her?
Yes, sir. Maggie would, I would see her in town, and she would often signal me to pull over. So we just used to stop sometimes and just talk and see how things were going at the local CBS.
Just to catch up?
Just to catch up and see how everybody was doing.
And prior, when you were working and after, would you, and I'm not asking you to say what, but y'all got close and would talk personal things?
Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to go back in your mind now and take this jury back to June 7th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
You were working there for the Murdaughs then?
Yes, sir.
That's a Monday. Do we all know that, June 7th?
Yes, sir.
When had you worked prior to that? At
At-
the Moselle property for them?
Friday.
And at that point, had you seen, what family members did you see at Moselle on Friday, which would have been the June 4th of 2021? Do you remember?
Paul.
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and Paul came in the front door, and he was holding a laundry basket full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me, and he said, "What's up, Miss B?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Boy," I said, "if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that," I said, "I'm getting ready to leave." He's like, "Oh, come on, Miss B. You can help me out." He said, "I need them for the weekend." He said, I said, "Well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it." And I ended up staying late to make sure that he had his clothing ready for the weekend.
So did you wash the clothes for the entire family? Was that part of your?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did Paul leave that Friday?
Yeah, I saw him leave. I don't know whether he was actually gone for the weekend or if he was still.
Did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you have regular hours in June of 2021 that you worked at Moselle for the Murdaugh family?
They weren't really set hours. Maggie was pretty, she was just easygoing. If I had stuff to do, if I had stuff to take care of, she wasn't really too keen on any specific hours. So, you know, if I had a doctor's appointment or if I had anything, she'd be like, okay, no, her main comment to me always was no worries.
No worries.
No worries.
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri Suns.
Wanted some what?
Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she said apple, and I believe she said pineapple first, and then they changed. She came back with another text and said, no, he wants orange, I believe that's what he said. That's what the text said. I'm not.
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
Yes. Sir.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Food Lion.
And were you successful in your search for
No,
orange
sir.
Capri Suns?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's marked States 54, Blanca. Excuse me, Defendants 54 for the record. Did you have any other text with Miss Maggie before you got to Moselle?
Yes, Maggie told me she had to go to a doctor's appointment, and she said that in the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home, and she said, and in a phone conversation, she told me, she said, I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it. So it was nothing. I finished what I was doing, and then I started cooking, making sure the meal was ready for when Paul and they arrived at home, well, that afternoon. And we had another conversation on the phone where she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home. And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home. Because she really liked being at Edisto. And they had a lot of work that was going on, and she was trying to make sure everything was ready for the 4th of July gathering that she was planning. So she was very detail orientated, so she wanted everything perfect. So she was she sounded like she was a little disappointed. And then she said, well, Alec asked Paul to come home too because he's got to fix the mess up out there that that CB had done.
That CB Road?
Yes, sir. And he said Alec had told Paul to come and fix it because they were planning on having a hunt that weekend, so he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So he'd asked Maggie to come, and then he had asked Alex to come.
That's what
Paul to come.
Paul. That's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And looking at Defendants 54, can you read that? Text.
He said, thank you. I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then she's got some emojis. She said, Alec is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Needs to take care of himself as well.
And when she said, I trust the Mexicans to leave the door open, that didn't bother you?
No, sir.
Okay. When she said, I guess my question is, you said you didn't think she wanted to.
Mr. Meadows, you're standing in front of the jurors.
I apologize. When you had just testified you didn't think she wanted to come home, was work being done at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when would she stay at Edisto?
Any chance she had.
Okay. Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Yes, sir. Come around spring, summer, she preferred to be in Edisto.
And I guess, was she at Edisto the night, Sunday night, do you know? Where was she Sunday night?
I'm not sure.
All speculation, unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
I'm not sure.
Were you on schedule June 7th time-wise? Were you running late? What time were you supposed to be there?
I didn't have a set time to be there.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir. He was in bed.
He was in bed. Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alex Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No. How long were you there working before you saw Alex Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th of 21?
Probably a couple hours.
And can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house? Alex Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work or
Yes,
wherever?
he did.
Okay. And can you tell them what he was wearing, Alex Murdaugh, best of your memory, when he left Moselle?
He had a pair of khaki pants, greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go, right there, so he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021, when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
And staying out of everybody's view, do you remember anything specifically about that shirt?
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on, and he was putting his coat on, and he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around, and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around, and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So
on
you
his
actually
shirt.
helped, I'm sorry, but you helped move his shirt?
Yeah, yes, I did.
And you said it was a long or short sleeve? I'm sorry.
That polo is a short sleeve.
And did it have buttons on part of it, or do you know?
Just from here to here.
And was it a blue blazer
It was,
put on top of it?
it was a dark color.
Did he put a tie on? He didn't have a tie with that on.
No, sir.
I just. There's ties anymore. Now, Miss Maggie had asked you to fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you made?
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice, and some green beans.
You're a good cook, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Did you see or talk to Maggie ever again after this text or this phone call?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said the dinner was on the, I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is "no worries." Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that? It doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you left Moselle, what did you do?
Pick up my son at school.
And your husband's working?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And when you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No.
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
The next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call. He called you the next morning.
He called me early the next morning.
And what did he say to you?
He sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was. His voice sounded really shaky, and he said, "B, they're gone. They're gone." And my initial thought was, did she go back to Edison? That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend
No,
what was
sir,
going on?
I did not. So he told me again. He said, "No, B, they're dead." And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone.
Yes.
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead. I dropped the phone, and I believe I said, "I'll be right over. I'll be right over."
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
He said him and Buster were at Alameda, so I told him I was going to Alameda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay, and so I went from my house to Alameda. And then when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, "Well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way." And he said, "Just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house." He said, "You knew her the best." He said, "You know how she likes stuff." So I did. I went to the house.
So you went to
I went into Moselle from Alameda.
to start with.
Yes, I did, to check on my Buster and Alec.
To comfort him.
Yes, sir.
And at his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was going to be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, "I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look." So I said, "Okay." You know, I went to the house.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance-wise?
From the house, I would, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on the, I call it the Miley's side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And if I was coming from Hampton or if I, you know, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally I use the kennel entrance coming from my house.
When you got to Moselle, we're now on the morning of June 8th, right, of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Blanca. Right now as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back. And I didn't want to move. I didn't want to move her stuff. It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the front door to get in. It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
I did.
What'd you do when you got inside?
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove, and I was kind of, I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual, because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And the pots were not in the sink, and they were not on the stove. And then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going to, from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left. There's a back door to the back porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room. It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual.
Why?
Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house?
Yes.
You took care of the clothes?
Yes.
And not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it. Were the underwear there with the pajamas unusual?
Yes.
Why?
She didn't wear underwear with her pajamas.
No underwear with pajamas. But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
But that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
And the pots, and I may have just missed it. You said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
After I looked at the pajamas on the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door, and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal for the whole pot to be sitting in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom was her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub. And by the shower, If you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub, and then right here is the shower, and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants. And then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor, and there was I'm pretty sure the T-shirt was white at one time, but they get kind of dingy after a few years. But it appeared that a T-shirt had fallen off of the stack of T-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
When you took care of the home, was that? Tell us how the clothes were laid out. The shirts, the shorts were. You're saying up on a shelf, or the shirts? How were they?
In the closet, there was a shelf. There was some shelves, smaller shelves right here. And then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box-looking, Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept T-shirts. They were folded, and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say T-shirts, I know what a T-shirt is, but I mean, were they T-shirts like I'm wearing right now, or were they T-shirts with pockets?
It was usually they would be T-shirts like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of T-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
And would you put them on the shelf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you iron a T-shirt?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you washed all the clothes?
Yes, I did.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master bedroom, the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you had a dresser here and a dresser here. The right dresser on the top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next drawer was his T-shirts. On the bottom drawer were the pajama pants that he would wear or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in. In the left drawer, and one sits on this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white T-shirts that he would wear under when he wore a suit. He would wear the T-shirts were in one of those drawers, and then the other two drawers were shorts. The dressier shorts, and then the not so dressier shorts.
So you testified a shirt looked like it had fallen when you saw it this morning?
Yes, sir.
June 8th, 2021, okay. Was it still clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back?
Yes, sir.
My boss, Don Zelenka, just reminded me that the food that you cooked, did you look and see how much was eaten in the pots?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel?
It was damp.
Okay. What did you do with it?
Took it to the laundry room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yes, sir, there's a pair of khakis by the shower.
And what'd you do with those?
Took them to the laundry room.
Did you wash them?
Yes, sir.
Can we go to the...
in for a moment. Please do not discuss the case. Please do not discuss your testimony. We'll take about 10 minutes. You may bring the jury. Thank you. You may proceed. Mr. Arcudi and Mr. Waters, if you all would be seated.
Ms. Simpson.
Yes, sir.
I think where we left off, let me kind of try to refocus myself. I'm going to show you what's entered as State 7. Just, can you see those pence in State 7?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those
I
pants?
can't hear your response.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize those pants in State 7?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know those? How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were these pants kept in State 7?
The left dresser and the third drawer, third or fourth drawer.
You know
They weren't in the ones where he had one drawer with shorts that he would usually wear on the weekends. You know, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
So you know what drawers these were in?
Yes.
If you know from being there and taking care of the clothes and taking care of the family, were these shorts he liked to wear a lot or not? Did you see him in these shorts much?
No.
Okay. And were these shorts clean the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Now this shirt that's also in States 7, had you seen that shirt before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Moselle?
The top shelf, above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf up there.
And you've testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are parents having a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
All right, look at me this way. I'm sorry. Had you cleaned this shirt that's in State 7 prior to June 7th of 2021?
I probably did.
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Up in the closet if there was no more room in the drawer.
Now, could we please play States 306, please? Can you see? Would you look right there at your monitor? As they're fixing that, when Mr. Okay, freeze it right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this, who's in the picture?
Alex.
Okay. And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
Khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be a pair of loafers.
Loafers?
Mm-hmm. House shoes, loafers.
Okay, well, tell me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes. Mm-hmm.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
And this shirt that Alex Murdaugh is wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet.
Okay. And what type of shirt is that?
The Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet.
And what color is that shirt?
Just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam. But that's the term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes that she had.
After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see that shirt again?
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Did he have any other type shoes? Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The Boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Spirit shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. Okay. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see the Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never, ever.
No, sir.
Did you stay on and work for a period of time for Alex Murdaugh at the Moselle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did your day-to-day functions change after June 7th as far as Moselle itself?
Yes, sir, they did.
Well, tell them how that happened and what the change was.
After Maggie and Paul were killed, Alec did not stay on the property. On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away, after the
Murdaugh.
Yes, I believe after the service that we had for him at the cemetery, Alec called and asked if my husband and I would stay on the property because him and Buster were not going to be able to stay there. So we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
And did, in fact, you and your husband start residing there for a period of time?
We did.
And what were you paid for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you mind telling them how much?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of, and my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass out there, and it would take in excess of 2 days to cut.
Would you cut it?
Yes, sir. I would help my husband.
Were you also taking care of the dogs?
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks what were the dogs' names.
Grady and Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You fed them?
Yes, sir.
Took care of them?
Yes, sir.
Where is Bubba? What's today? Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
So you have Bubba in your home?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did Bubba have his own pen?
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if you've seen, but could at some point, and I'll keep going to the video of, well, could we play that now, please, when we get it to the video, the killer video, please? Was it? And before we get there, when, and I'm sorry, I'm going back to this real quick. Is that the shirt he left for the office in that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. Had you ever seen Bubba with an animal in his mouth?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell them about that, please, ladies and gentlemen.
When Bubba was running around, if I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch him?
Yes, he would.
All right. And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
you have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth, and at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically, that's what he...
in your experience in being there, was it easier for a family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
If he's stubborn. Yes, sir.
Okay. But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
Okay. August of 2021, Ms. Blanca,
Yes, sir.
did you have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean, the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's where all his belongings at the time went.
And where is that located?
In Hampton.
Okay, in Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
And who was Alex Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there, if anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave, and he said, "B, I need to talk to you." And he said, "Come here, sit down." So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "Something's not right." And then he said, "Well, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video." And he said, "You remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt?" That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember a Vinnie Vine's shirt. It was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention. He said, "Well, you know what? I was wearing that shirt." He said, in the that day. And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you've described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo shirt. Just using your common sense, did it appear to you he was trying to tell you to say, "I was wearing the shirt"?
Speculation.
Objection is sustained as to the form of the question.
How did you take that conversation?
I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked that if that was the shirt he was wearing the day.
And Ms. Blanca. I'll show you what's marked 455, 457 for ID only. Do you recognize these, and do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Yes.
Okay. On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to send him a photo of the insurance cards.
And do you know what day of the week that was? And I'll go back here so you can talk. I'm sorry.
I don't remember the day. All I know was it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That early that morning when he called me, he asked me when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card. He said, "No, I need the cardboard one." Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, "It's in Maggie's purse." He said, "Well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them." And I asked him if he was okay, and he said, "Well, I'm just getting some routine exams done," he said, "and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments." And it was a Saturday because I was thinking, where's he going to go to get appointments done on a Saturday? But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent him all the copies of the cards that I found.
John, we'd offer say 455, 457.
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand the relevance. Why him asking for? You want to tell me?
Talking to him.
I'm sorry. If he would just consult with me for a moment and tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
With your permission?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor. We sort of just talked. Surprised.
With that, that's 455, 457 without objection.
Reserving our previously made objections. I apologize.
What previous objection?
Sorry, Your Honor.
What previous objection? You said
The
reserving
previous
your
objection.
previous
I
objection.
apologize. I'm just so used to saying that. I apologize. I had no previous made objection to this document concerning this issue. I apologize.
Made it without objection. There you are.
455. I'll stand right here, okay? Were you texting with Alex Murdaugh about sending these cards?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that's the text, and is that his medical card you sent him a picture of?
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Please listen to me carefully. Don't go any farther than my answer and ask, okay?
Yes, sir.
After this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Moselle?
We did.
A couple other questions, and I know everybody will be glad I'm sitting down. In addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
I would object unless she gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
Do you remember when that was?
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders? When did you? Do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck, and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town. So he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
But she still had paint, for the Edisto house, that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house, and she had some pillows that she was going to return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her ring. Her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
She had a conversation with me. A few months prior. I walked in the house, and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanca," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup. She made herself a cup, and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room, and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Your side.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor, I object to.
Well, I know you objected, and
But he is.
I understand your objection. Well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
I apologize.
Yes, sir. Make your statement.
Your Honor, I hesitate, but this is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case. Yes, sir. If everyone will be seated. Yes.
I objected to a conversation. We're aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about a statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay. He said, before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think it's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct on part of the defendant. I would move for mistrial. I would move that it's not a mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it, even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Meadows.
Your Honor, and for the record, I apologize for that question. I don't have to say it. I'm
Well,
sorry.
we're not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible. Hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it fits under that rule. How she was, and that's all I was going to elicit. That's it. I won't go. And hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. They wasn't objected. It just was rolling. I wasn't trying to plan that part ahead. But I do think respectfully it comes in under 80. We'd like you to consider under 803.3, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
8033, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will. All right, Mr. Harpootlian?
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Why not?
Well, because it's the declarant's. And maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before you rule on that. The only testimony we've heard on that point is his.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes,
sir. So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Was Maggie Murdaugh anxious of anything in the days leading up to the murder that she expressed to you?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanca. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat. She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
We're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And Your Honor, that's all I was going to offer. I asked for money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there. That long colloquy.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand how this fits into, first, the what you allowed in under 403, 404, the and res gesta. Right. It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, is putting financial stress on her. There's not any. She's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her. I mean, she's not accused. That is, Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand what. I mean, not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issues being litigated here. Her state of mind on financial issues. I don't know how that relates.
Anything further?
No, sir.
No. We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled. Anything else? All right, let's take a 1-minute stretch before the jury comes back. Denying the objection, the motion for mistrial is also, the motion is denied. You bring the jury back. All right, thank you. The last objection is overruled, and you may proceed.
Ms. Simpson, in the days leading up to the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, based on your time with her, was Maggie Murdaugh anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on that lawsuit. $30 million is what she told me.
We're going to show you what's marked 297.
You pose a question. There's an objection. The court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir.
Well, you posed a separate question.
Yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about $30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question. That there was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
No, sir.
Or you forgot the question?
To the world, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
All right. Proceed.
What was she anxious about?
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
Excuse me, entered as 297.
Get back. Get back. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Cash. Hey, he's got burners now. Barbara. Hey, Barbara. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quit.
Ms. Blanca, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think maybe in prior statements or something that had you said, do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize?
It's Paul, Maggie, Alec.
And have you said in a memo or a memorandum interview that you thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I did. At a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week? I mean, it's not on TV. Have you seen it?
I have. There's only 3 voices, Alex, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Would Miss Maggie Murdaugh, did she go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
And you say that emphatically. Why do you know that?
She was scared.
Okay.
It got dark out there.
So would she go down there by herself?
No.
Did she like to go down there when it wasn't dark?
She did.
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
Okay. So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
She would, sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Can you tell us about the defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone? Alex Murdaugh, did you ever see him use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury his habits with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay.
He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
And Paul, were you familiar with his habits as regarding cell phones?
Not the times that he was there at the house, he was always on his phone. If he'd go in the shower or whatever, he'd play his country music on the phone. But that's the extent that I know from what I observed being there in the house.
And when you were on June 8th, and you've talked about it, and I'm not trying to rehash that, but on June 8th of 2021, when you went to clean up the house, is that pretty much what you saw in the bathroom, the pants and the damp towel?
Yes, sir. There was a rug right as you step out of the shower, and there was like a slight puddle of water, a towel, a white towel, and then a pair of khaki pants.
You didn't see any bloody clothes or anything like that?
No, sir.
Beg court's indulgence, just a few seconds, Judge. Did this, I'm sorry, Judge. Is the individual in states? Is that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you please, is it Alex Murdaugh sitting between Mr. Harper
Sitting
and
right
Mr.
there. Yes, sir.
And the record is reflecting. Thank you, Judge. Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Have you ever seen these shoes again that he's wearing here?
No, sir.
And the Sperry cloth, you said the Sperry shoes. Have you ever seen those again?
No, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor. And my name's Dick Harpuglia, and I represent the man you know as Alex, right?
Yes, sir, I met you before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, we have.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes. I apologize. A lot of people there that day.
Yes, sir.
Alex has always referred to you when people ask who you are as his friend, correct?
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you, as his friend.
That is correct.
Now, you've also, I think in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks, described, I think the words were, Maggie was his all. Isn't that what you told Sweat?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments. And
No, I did not ask that objection.
You restate the question, please.
Sweat asked you if you'd ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basis of the objection, Your Honor.
You restated the question. You may respond.
What was the question again, sir?
Did you ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
One of them was Maggie was set on getting a certain white, and Alec was saying just get whatever white, basically. You know, he didn't care. She wanted a specific white, and he just didn't care.
But you never saw them have any violent arguments or argue about money or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things that most couples go through, picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To some, they would disagree on. It wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes at a time because he was always on the go.
Is that an uncommon complaint between husbands and wives or wives to husbands? I want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that.
Right. You ever tell your husband that? Just listen to me. Sit, please.
All the time.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about the morning of the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the Moselle property on the 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to talk about those texts in just a minute between you and Maggie, but you fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table, or did they have to go get their own plates and put them out?
No, I left the food on the stove.
Right. And normally the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay. But when you got there on the morning of the 8th?
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay. Now, are you aware of how many people were in there, how many friends, law partners, his sister, who was in the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay. If I told you there were 12 to 15 of them, would that surprise you? I mean, Maggie and Paul had just been killed. Was he very close with his law partners?
Yes, sir.
Okay. His sister, Lynn? Do you know Lynn?
I met her at Maggie's, when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the...
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just going to ask her if she knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
Well, let me make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the room, the bedroom, and well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit. You drove over from his mother and father's house, correct?
That is correct.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of coming your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection. Need to hear the question.
I'm sorry.
The question would be, did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
Answer the question.
Go ahead.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house while you were there?
There were several agents that came through.
Right. But you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
I didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask me. They just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from room to room? Were they looking for things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing, sir.
Okay. But that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up the towel?
No, sir. I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Did they go into the bathroom?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
Okay.
The laundry room sits on the other side of the house, and I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
Okay. While they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower, there was a towel on the floor, khaki pants on the floor? Was that before or after they left?
Yeah, after.
Okay. So all those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you a couple of things and about what you saw. They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex, and he appears to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure he had a number of different pairs of khaki pants, but were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be, but he had several.
Right. And in terms of somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken a shower?
That wasn't unusual, no.
Okay. And I think that when you were asked about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to, whether there was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to?
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said, I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with the khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants. There may have been a shirt. And those shoes, well, let me ask you this. You know on the night of the 7th,
Yes, sir.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. As a matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle that
No,
you
sir,
knew.
he did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
You can answer if you know whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
After the murders, did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he left that night, on the night of the 7th, and went to his mother and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
And were you aware that SWED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
Okay. Well, you are now.
Yes, sir, I do know that.
Okay. A white T-shirt, pair of shorts that he showed you, and whatever shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over to his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over to his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So
Your Honor, objection to. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
I don't
To
know.
which question?
To that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes. I don't know what he's.
I'm sorry. The shoes that you say you saw in the Snapchat photo, you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay. You don't know whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
And you don't know what he wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if somebody alleged that those khaki pants was what Alex was wearing the night of the...
I'm going to object.
I need to hear the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say that Alex Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he...
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
No, sir.
He washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would there be...
Are you been saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you, did you see any blood stains?
There appeared to be no bloodstains on those pants.
Okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody after a murder had gone back to that room, changed clothes, covered in blood, took a shower and changed clothes? Did you see anything that would indicate that?
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I didn't know, as far as what you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the shower that day?
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off. Nobody told you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, nobody from SWED, as that group went through, asked you, did you see bloody footprints? Did you see any evidence that there was anything bloody in that bathroom? Did anybody ask you that?
No, sir.
And your testimony is those khaki pants were there after SWED left?
Yes, sir.
and maybe even a shirt you can't remember.
Yes, or possibly a T-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt.
On objection.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. Do you remember, I'm doing like Mr. Meadows now, I forgot the question. But let me see if I can get this back on track. These interruptions are getting me a little askew. So I think you've already asked and answered that. Now, let me talk a little bit about the cell phone service in Moselle. You had a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the servicer was who? What was it, Verizon? Or do you know?
The cell phone carrier is Verizon, yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And sometimes you'd be talking to somebody and they'd drop off. The call would end, not because you ended it, because the service was bad.
Yes, sir. If you were moving around in the house, certain areas, you could not get a signal.
What about down from the kennels?
It was touch and go in the kennels. You really, once you got signal, you better stay where you were at, because if you moved, you were going to lose your signal.
Okay. So it would not be unusual at the kennels, if you did move, that if you were having a conversation or getting text or trying to answer a text, you wouldn't be able to do so.
Like I said, it depends on where you were. You kind of knew the areas. At least for me, I already knew that if I had to make a call or send a text, I would walk out the kitchen door straight to the edge of the corner right there on the porch and make my call and not move. If not, I would lose the call, or I would not be able to make my call.
What about at the kennels?
At the kennels, like I said, it depends on the area where you were at. And once, basically everybody, we all kind of knew that if you moved out of a certain area and went to another, you were going to lose signal.
Okay. Now, at the kennel, do you know what area you could get a call? Keep that. I mean, you just talked about up at the house. There was a sweet spot, if you'll pardon my language. Was there a sweet spot down at the kennel, or do you know?
I'm not sure at the kennels, but I do remember Mr. CB saying that the signal out there was horrible for making calls or getting calls.
Or sending texts or getting texts.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about this conversation in August of 21, after the murders.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day, correct?
It didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
Cross-examination.
Not objecting to hearsay for the record.
I need to hear the question, number one. Number two is cross-examination. Go ahead.
Did he tell you that he just finished
Objection.
meeting? Do you want me to pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Be seated. Okay, what is the question?
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track. When you were talking with him in the little house in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by Swed, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo, and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day. I mean, it's in a photo. Did he tell you that?
What's the specific question?
Did he, when he asked you the question about the shirt, did he tell you he'd just come from being interviewed by Sweat?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
Your Honor, it's respectfully, it's hearsay. Statement is hearsay that if he wants to do that, he can take the stand and do it. But he's trying to offer the defendant's statement without him taking the stand. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's my objection.
All right, and your response.
My response is, if you can't ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, they're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward, because it's a statement by the party opponent, if you will. I think they argued earlier on when we objected to one. It's not hearsay. There's an exception to hearsay by a statement by one of the parties. It's Alex.
Statement by the party opponent, being a statement by the party opponent, the defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
Others?
Not that this matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying it's not a party opponent. He's trying to get in a statement from the defendant. Statements against interest, that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the defense. And if they hadn't objected to something, they thought that's their prerogative. But they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand. I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. And I respectfully think that he's got to take the stand and get that information in.
And Your Honor, maybe I'll make this simple. What would your answer to that question be next? Did he tell you about talking to Sweat that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay.
Your Honor, 801D2 allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
I don't understand what the self-serving is. She didn't say anything. He didn't say anything to her about Sweat.
Your Honor, he could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to take the stand.
Absolutely.
And that's not
appropriate.
appropriate.
Fifth Amendment right
No, sir.
to not take the stand.
That's right, but you can't.
I'm going to take a break and let you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize,
I'll
Your
rule
Honor.
when I get back.
All right.
Come to order! You may now be seated.
The objection is sustained. It's hearsay. You bring the jury. All right, thank you. The objection is sustained. Your next question.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So this conversation occurred, I think, did you say prior to them going on a golf tournament? Going to a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. He said Randy had just dropped him off so that he could get his clothes because they were him and Buster and Randy were going golfing.
Him and Buster and who?
Randy.
Randy, yeah, okay. We're going to a golf tournament that weekend?
I don't know if it was a golf tournament or what, but I know he said they were going away. They were going golfing.
Okay. And speaking of Buster, can you point Buster out in the audience for me, please? Buster, oh, you're back there. Okay, I'm sorry. Stand up, please.
Yes, sir.
Is that Buster?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all always had a great relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He's
thank
a good kid.
I'm sorry?
He's a good kid.
He's a good kid. Okay, so one of the other questions I have is, did you ever see Paul with any guns?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. And did he have guns around all the time?
Yes, he did.
Matter of fact, they're all guns all over that place, right?
In the vehicles, on the go-karts, sometimes in the hangar.
So did Paul ever leave guns? Just where, if he was, for instance, down at the hangar, would he ever leave guns down there?
I have found one occasionally out there.
A pistol or rifle?
A rifle.
You know what kind it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he ever left any down in the feed room?
Not in the feed room. I'm not sure about the feed room.
Okay, you never saw anything in the
No,
feed
sir.
room. I believe in one of your statements I read that sometimes he'd leave them somewhere and actually there'd be rust on the rifle or the shotgun or whatever.
If he left it on the golf cart outside, he would sometimes leave it laying across, and I would get it in the morning, and already the dew would rust off.
And that would be a golf cart he would drive down to the kennels, for instance?
Yes, sir. Whichever one he was in, and he preferred the gas. The gas one is usually where I used to find
Gas?
golf cart. Yes.
Okay. And so that would be a way he would get down to the kennel sometimes?
Sometimes. The majority of the time, he was either in Dolly or in his own truck.
In what?
Dolly.
What is Dolly?
The F-250.
I forgot. Y'all name all your trucks, or they named all their trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so most of the time he would be in a truck, but sometimes he would take the golf cart, if you will, down there.
Yes, sir.
And apparently sometimes he had guns in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me touch a couple of other things. Did that day you saw the sled folks in there, did You see them taking any pictures? Or do you remember?
I believe some of them were taking pictures, but I'm not positive.
Okay. You were shown a picture of a rain jacket?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And had you ever seen that rain jacket at the house?
Not at Moselle, no, sir.
Correct. You ever? And what size clothes did Alec wear?
2XL.
2XL, not just a large. Would anything a large fit him?
I don't think he might have had one or two items that were that size, but most of the clothing was 2XL.
2XL. How about, would you put exhibit number? Yes, please. And blow it up for me, please. Okay. How about make that bigger for me, please? No, not the rain jacket. I'm sorry. The Snapchat picture. I apologize. Well, wait 1 second. You see that rain jacket on there?
Yes, sir.
You've never seen that, according to your statement, never seen that at
I've never seen that jacket.
Okay. And you knew pretty much everything, every piece of clothing that was there, right?
For the most part, yes.
Yes. Okay. And how many rain jackets did Alex have? You remember?
Too many to count.
Too many to count. Okay. But none of them looked like that.
No, sir.
Okay. How about blow that up for me, please? Can you make it any better, closer? Yeah, that's good right there. And that shirt is that the one he was wearing that morning when he
No,
left?
sir, it was not.
It's not.
No, sir, that was not the shirt he was wearing.
And this is at 7. You understand this is 7:40 p.m. That evening when he's out with Paul.
I wasn't there then.
Okay, but that's not the shirt he was wearing when he left that morning.
That is correct. No, it's not the shirt.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence. 1 moment. You were aware he had clothes at his office? Kept clothes at his office?
Yes, sir, among other places.
Where else would he have
Car.
clothes? He have it in a car?
Yes, sir.
Where else?
In Edisto.
I'm sorry?
In Edisto.
In Edisto, okay. But if he was in the Moselle area, if he was going to change his shirt from in the morning, would he have changed it at the office or got something out of his car? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. Now, let me show you. Appendix 107. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
The text messages from me and Maggie?
Okay, and this is on June 7th, 2021, right?
That is correct.
And the first one, I'm just going to try to hurry this up a little bit. She asked you to stop.
Yes, sir.
She says, will you stop by, this is at 7:05 a.m., stop by the store and get Alex Capri Sun. He likes orange and pineapple flavor plus mountain cooler. Thank you, I'll pay you back. You say, I will. She says, thank you, get 2 boxes. Now, after that conversation, there's a text. It's at 3:28 p.m. Blanca, dinner's on the stove, just left. She left there at about 3:30, correct?
Yes, I sent the text before I actually walked out of the house. I had a habit of sending her the text, make sure everything, and then locked up before I left.
Okay.
But at that time, I had gone upstairs to drop off some clothes, and I noticed that Paul's truck, or a white truck, was sitting at the kennels, so I left the front door unlocked at that time instead of locking it.
But you didn't see Alex anywhere there?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see his vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. And she says at 3:40, thank you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then at 3:54, you said, you're welcome, I just made your deposit. Maggie then says, I guess this is one exchange, thank you, I'm waiting at the doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave the door open at Edisto, but trust the Mexicans to shut and lock for me.
Yes, sir.
And then she says, Alex's dad back at the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, pneumonia. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Now, you know what she meant by that?
What she meant was Maggie used to get frustrated. She said every time something happened at Alameda with his dad or his mom, that Alec would get called and nobody else, that they always called Alec to go to the house. And she did get upset over that the family was basically putting all that on Alec and he wasn't getting enough rest.
So when she said he's going to die, she's worried about his health.
She was worried about his health, yes.
Okay. And she says Alex needs to take care of himself as well. And that's consistent with what you just said, correct? She's
Yes.
worried about his health.
Yes.
And you said, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph. Maggie says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us. What do you mean by that?
Because Alec hadn't had much sleep. That was her main concern, was the fact that her main frustration was the fact that in the middle of the night or whenever, if Mr. Randolph or Miss Libby were uncomfortable, that they would always, she seemed to think that they always called Alec and there goes Alec, to take care of it. And she felt that it wasn't fair that he was the only one having to take them.
And your response to that is, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say, Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little or no sleep is not healthy. Remember, I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I'll go to Moselle. I'll let you know. And she says, no worries, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, oh, you've got the exhibit. Take that from me and hand it to. Okay. So, she preferred to be in Edisto, correct?
That's correct.
But she was going that day, based on all your texts, she was going because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was worried about Alex, right?
What do you mean?
She was heading to Moselle. She preferred to be in Edisto, but she was heading to Moselle because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was concerned about Alex. Isn't that what this says?
The objection is sustained.
Okay. She indicated to you that Paul was coming in your telephone conversations, correct?
That is correct.
And did she indicate in your telephone conversations that she needed dinner for her, Paul, and Alec, right?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate in any way that she did not want to go to Moselle to have dinner with Alec, Paul, that night?
Her conversation with me was that Alec wanted her to go to Moselle that day, and she was concerned about the workers that she had in Edisto, and she would have preferred to be in Edisto, taking care of the final
But for
details.
Mr. Randolph's condition.
She was concerned about the work being done and leaving the house open in Eddystone.
She wasn't concerned about Mr. Randolph.
I mean, she was, but her more concern was that her house was open.
Okay. Now, I mean, she preferred to be at Eddystone in the summertime as opposed to Moselle at all, correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you, did Swed ask you about at any point about the clothes that Alex was wearing on the 7th? At some point, did they ask you that?
Not until recent.
Recently, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it clear to you, I mean, you've been asked recently to recollect something that happened in June of 21, which is almost 2 years ago. Did they ask you other questions about what happened on June 7th when they asked you about the clothes?
They asked me where I was. They asked me what I was doing. They asked me when I saw Alec leaving that day, my discussions with Maggie. They requested to see my phone, which I gave them so they could see the text messages, phone calls that we had had.
Okay. You and Maggie were very close.
We were.
You and Alex were close also, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And did you feel like a member of the family?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever heard from anybody about any, well, strike that. Did you indicate that Maggie, one of the things Maggie told you was that she was not, after the boat case, she was not being treated very well by the people in Hampton, correct?
That is correct.
They shunned her, they were rude to her, those kinds of things.
That is correct.
Did she also indicate to you that she was concerned about Paul because he'd received a bunch of threats?
Objection.
The objection's overruled.
Did she ever indicate to you she was concerned about Paul because Paul had received threats?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. I apologize. I moved 107 into evidence.
Have you got it? Is it up there?
I gave it to the clerk. Yeah.
Any objection?
Oh, I think I've already said no objection.
It's admitted without objection.
That same morning of the 8th, did you clean the gun room?
I didn't go in the gun room. I went in there, but I didn't do anything in the gun room.
Didn't pick anything up?
No, sir.
Okay, and when you went into the kitchen that morning, was there anything that would indicate to you that other people had been there the night before? Like glasses or bottles of water or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Okay, please, court.
Mr. Harpootlian. Just got a couple of questions. Mr. Harpootlian asked you about the clothes in the closet on June 8th, 2021. You remember?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you if there could have been another shirt in the room.
Yes, sir.
And was your response maybe a T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see another dress shirt there?
No, sir.
And while we're getting to that, did you work at Alameda?
No, sir.
Did you ever go there?
No, I have been there on one occasion previously, and I don't remember what I had to drop off.
Well, that blue poncho rain jacket Mr. Harpootlian showed you, that was at Alameda, wasn't it? Or do you know?
I don't know where that came from.
But you never saw that at Moselle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And State 7, well, first of all, this is States 306. Have you ever seen that shirt again since you went back the 8th, the 9th, until today? Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir. Once I moved a lot of the belongings to the little house, he had packed some of the clothes up, but over the weekends and stuff when they were going from place to place, I noticed that he was purchasing different clothing items, shorts, shirts. So there was a couple of new ones in there, which still was not that shirt. It was some of the newer ones.
Who was purchasing a lot of shorts and shirts?
Alec.
After this event? After the murder?
Yes, sir. On the weekends when they were gone with the family, if he was going different places, he would come back like that Monday or Tuesday, and there was like new items within the clothes.
New shirts?
New shirts.
New shorts?
Yes.
Okay. You know what kind?
Vineyard Vines.
They were buying Vineyard Vines?
Yes, sir.
After the murders?
Yes, sir. They were like polo type Vineyard Vines.
And what shirt had he suggested to you he was wearing in August on this day? What shirt had he just suggested to you he was wearing?
Vineyard Vines. Vinny Vines is what they call them.
In State 7, you said you recognize these shorts and shirts?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept on States 107 in Moselle?
In the closet, if there was no room in that drawer.
On the shelves?
Yes, sir, on the shelf.
And looking at 306, is that outfit different from this outfit?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I think Mr. Harpootlian showed it 107. Whose idea was it for Maggie Murdaugh to come to Moselle on the evening of June 7th?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can testify if you know.
Your Honor, hearsay.
You can testify if you know.
Maggie texted me that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle.
And is that on 107 that Mr. Harpootlian just put in?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's all. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Look that up for me, please. What's that exhibit?
Just a couple questions. After Maggie's death and Paul's death, did you notice he was losing weight?
Yes, sir, he was.
Dramatic loss of weight, right?
Yes, sir.
So the clothes we can see him in that picture. He's fat is the wrong word, but overweight kind of guy, big guy, fleshy looking guy, right there. Okay. Now, So he needed to buy new clothes because the other clothes were falling off of him, right?
I assume so, yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be unusual for him to need to buy new clothes because he's losing weight.
I guess.
Okay. Now, this is 306. This is the picture, and you say this is a shirt like a Columbia shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a Columbia shirt, don't they have a logo that says Columbia?
Yes, sir. Either on the sleeve or
You see one on here?
I don't see anything on this shirt. The style of shirt is a Columbia style shirt.
It's not a. You're not saying it was a brand name Columbia shirt. You're saying it was a Columbia style shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony again is this is not the shirt he walked out with that morning.
He did not walk out with that shirt that morning.
But those could be the khakis he walked out with that morning.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And when you say you never saw that shirt again, you did see those khakis again, did you not?
Yes, sir. I washed those khakis. They were in the bathroom. I'm assuming it was the same pair because he only had a few that he wore.
Right. Okay. And in addition, your testimony would be that the only, well, I guess you're saying that morning he didn't have that shirt on, but he had those pants on.
Could possibly have those pants. He had several.
Okay. And would you scroll down to the footwear, please? Okay. Those are loafers, right?
Yes, sir.
And what do they seem to be made out of?
Like soft leather?
So your testimony is that those were shoes he only wore around the house. He had like house slippers.
Usually when Alec would go outside, he had them Georgia boots that he would wear or the duck boots, and those would be left by the front door when I would walk through the door in the next morning.
In June, it was pretty hot down there in Moselle.
Yes, sir, but those were his go-to shoes
Okay.
when he would go outside or mess around, like he said, with Paul that day.
What kind of shoes was he wearing when he went to work that day?
The dress shoes, a pair of brown leather.
Okay. Now, when were you first asked about what he was wearing that day?
Maybe a couple of days when they interviewed me.
When they interviewed you the first time?
Yes, sir.
They asked you what he had on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch and resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
may now be seated.
Are you all ready for the jury?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Bring the jury. Very good. Welcome back. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. State calls Belinda Rass.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand, please. Now, can you please repeat your name again for the record and spell your last name?
Belinda Rass. R-A-S-T.
Belinda, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Before we begin, Belinda, are you hard of hearing?
I am.
Okay. So is it important for you that you can read what I'm saying in order to better understand the question?
Correct.
Okay. If at any time I say something and I've turned my attention away, just please let us know and I'll re-ask the question, okay?
Okay.
All right, Belinda, tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school? And what was your professional training?
I grew up in Barnville. I went to school right there in Barnville and Hampton, Wade Hampton High School. And I'm a CNA. I worked in a hospital and home health.
All right, CNA is a certified nursing assistant?
That's correct.
So did you work in nursing before moving into private home health?
I did.
Okay. And are you now employed as a private home care health provider?
I'm a private home caregiver.
Okay. And Belinda, I'm going to ask you to put that microphone as close to you as you can. You might have to move it a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, well, tell us a little bit about what private home care would be.
When you work with one individual or two in a home that's not, like in a hospital or a nursing home, and you take care of that one individual or two at most, and you do their care, whatever it might be. Like when I started at the Murdaughs, Miss Libby was up and about. We just had to watch her, make sure she didn't wander away. She could go to the bathroom. She knew when she had to go, but you had to make sure she cleaned herself and just make sure she eat and stuff. And then with her, it just, her health deteriorated. Her illness got worse. And so she went from that to now she's bedridden, and we have to feed her, turn her, change her, whatever is needed. She doesn't know when she's going to the bathroom or whatever, so we have to monitor her real close.
And I know we skipped ahead, but who do you currently provide home health care to?
Miss Libby Murdaugh.
And how long have you been providing that?
A little over 4 years.
And I think you just said it began as kind of one job, and has it evolved over time into being a more significant job?
That's correct.
Belinda, are you nervous being here today?
I am.
Okay. Would you say that you've become fairly close to Miss Libby over these years?
I have. She is to me, she's family. She's like my family away from home.
So you care about her?
I do.
All right. Well, Ms. Rast, tell me about what your typical hourly shift is.
From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
All right. And do you occasionally work weekends?
I work every other weekend.
And what would your hours be on the weekends?
From 7 p. till 8 a.m. in the morning, or 9.
Okay.
9 on
So
Saturday
for
and
weekdays, it's typically 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been working there again at Alameda?
Well, I've already been there 4. This year will be my 5th year.
Were you employed during the year 2021, June of 2021?
I was.
All right. Do you remember the day, June 7th of 2021?
June 7th.
June 7th.
That's the that date. Yeah. That was the day I was called and told to come to the house that they wanted to tell me something.
Were you supposed to work that day? Were you scheduled to work that day?
I was.
All right. And what happened? Why were you not on duty that day?
Well, one of the other employees wanted to be off, and I switched with her, Miss Shelley. She had some plans with her friend, and she wanted to be off, and she asked me would I trade with her, and I told her, yeah, I would do that.
And of all the nurses that work with Miss Libby, is that fairly common? If someone has a conflict, you can call them to try to arrange some sort of change in schedule? All right, so you were off on June 7th, but you would have been working what hours?
If I had been there, I would have been working. At that time, we were working from, that was on a Saturday, I think, or Sunday. We were working from 3 p. until, 3 in the afternoon until 9 the next morning.
Did you know Maggie Murdaugh?
Briefly, I met her. I had seen her several times at the Murdaugh house, but personally know her, no.
Did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you get to know him?
Well, he came to see his grandparents, Mr. Randolph and Miss Libby.
Did he come more often than perhaps others?
Yes, he did.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about him.
Well, he was always very polite. He always offered to help do things for Randolph and Miss Libby. He would like, Miss Libby liked ice cream, so he would always say, Miss M, Grandma M, because that's what they called her, would you like me to get you some ice cream? And she would usually say yeah, because that was her thing, and he would say, get it for her, and he would tease her about it, but he always give it to her.
So he came around a little more than perhaps any of the other
of the grandchildren. Yes.
Did you get to know Mr. Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
All right. Is he here today? Is he here today?
Yes, he is. Right there.
In the blue jacket?
The blue jacket and blue shirt.
Okay. Thank you. On your shift, from the normal shift, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., how often would you say Mr. Alex stopped by in those years that you've been there?
Not very often, not during that time period. 6 or 7 times, maybe.
In the 5 years you've been there, the 6 or 7 time?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned Mr. Randolph. Who was he again?
He was Miss Libby's husband.
Did you take care of him? Was he a client of yours?
Well, he was not my patient, but I helped him. I assisted him when he needed help.
Was there a point in time when his health became fairly poor and that you decided he needed some help?
Yes, there was.
And if you were there, would you provide that assistance to him, whatever he needed?
I did.
All right. So was there ever a time when Mr. Mr. Randolph, do you know when he passed away?
Yeah, June the 10th.
So it was shortly after the murders of Maggie and Polk?
Correct.
Before he passed, was there ever a time when the defendant came over later at night?
When he was called, not late at night. Well, yes, there was. It was on the 6th, I think it was, the night before Maggie and Paul. I was there that night, and he and Miss Maggie came. They brought donuts.
Okay. Why would they bring donuts?
Because Mr. Randolph had asked for some donuts.
Did you like donuts?
Well, they were Krispy Kreme, and you couldn't get them at the time in our area.
So Mr. Randolph liked Krispy Kreme
Yes,
donuts?
he did.
All right. Was Mr. Randolph, was he awake, though, when they came there?
No, he was not.
And did he ever actually see Alex and Maggie?
Not to my knowledge. Alex did go to the room and look in at him, but he was asleep, and they chose not to wake him. I told them they could, but they said, no, let him sleep if he can.
And how did he react when he got up and you told him that they visited?
He was, he said, they came tonight, and I said, yes, sir. And he said, that's strange. I said, well, you asked for these donuts, and Miss Maggie brought these donuts to you. And he says, well, is there a raspberry one? And I said, yeah. And I got it for him, and he ate a little bit of it, and then he said, I just can't eat the rest.
So he thought it was strange that they came that time of night?
Yeah, he was surprised.
Was there anything that, I know Mr. Randolph was very sick, but was there anything that was going on with his mental faculties?
No, he knew what was going on right up to the last time I spoke to him, which was the day before he died.
And tell us a little bit in your experience with treating Alzheimer's patients, people with declining dementia. Tell us a little bit about your experiences with them and how they maybe at night, how they rest, and what your treating them involves.
Anytime sometimes they're fine with whatever goes on around them. They just ignore it, or they speak out in the beginning and say what they want to say. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it don't. As it progresses, they get more like a baby. You know, if you wake them, sometimes they'll go back to sleep. Sometimes they cry. It takes time to calm them and, just guess, because you really don't know. Like a baby, you don't know what's wrong. They might be hungry. They might want something to drink. They might just want to be turned. Okay. Whatever the situation is, you just have to guess and keep trying until you get it right.
And what time did you put Miss Libby in bed?
Generally at 8 o'clock. But now she don't get out of bed. She has a total care. She stays in bed. We give her night medication at 8 o'clock, which helps her to rest, along with other medications she has to have.
If Miss Libby does go to sleep, what would you prefer as her provider, healthcare provider?
To let her sleep, but if a family comes by and they say they want to wake her, I don't object. I let them wake her.
Thank you for its indulgence.
Yes, sir.
My name's Dick Harpootlian. Can you read my lips? Dick
Harpootlian? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And I represent Alex. Okay. Now, let me just focus in on, I guess, the reason you're being called here today. You were asked by the state, was it strange for them to show up that Sunday night at late?
It was unusual.
That was the word you used, not strange, and that's the word you used in your statement you gave about 10 days after the murders to Sweat. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Did you know they'd been to a ball game in Columbia before they stopped by? Did Mr. Murdaugh
No,
tell
sir,
you that?
I did not know that.
Okay. And if Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, had stopped by normally during the daytime, you wouldn't have been there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Alex and Maggie that Sunday night stayed about 30 minutes?
Approximately 30 minutes, yes.
It was late?
It was late. And
how late do you think it was, like 11 o'clock?
I think it was closer to 9.
Okay, 9.
It hadn't been long, put Miss Libby to bed, and she was starting to doze, and Mr. Randolph was already asleep.
And Miss Libby, let's say 2-3 years ago in 2021, what was her state? She has dementia, is that correct?
She does have dementia, well, Alzheimer's dementia. It is basically the same thing.
Okay.
It affects the body in the same way. At that time, she could not walk, but we could pick her up and put her in the wheelchair, pivot her, and take her and put her in the bed, and she could feed herself. But now she is deteriorated and she can't feed herself. She can't even give herself a drink of water.
Mentally, did she recognize her sons when they came to see her?
Sometimes, sometimes not.
Has that gotten progressively worse?
That is how it works.
Was she aware of the fact that her husband of, I think, 40 years had died, Mr. Randolph?
We told her. We took her to the funeral, but within a couple of weeks, she doesn't, it didn't seem to recognize the fact. For about, I say, a month, she would call for him from time to time, and then now she doesn't.
While you were there, when Paul or some other family member would come over, would that calm her down?
Sometimes. Paul had a way of having a calming effect on her. He would always remind her of the past. Like, Grandma, you remember that whipping you gave me with that fly swat? Things like that.
And did she watch television a good bit?
She still does, but she doesn't. She used to would play along with the games, but by 21 she wasn't doing that. She was just watching.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Next witness.
State Call Supervisory Special Agent Matthew Wild.
Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you for your hand up. Please give the witness stand.
My name is Matthew, last name Wild, W-I-L-D-E.
All right, good afternoon, Agent Wild.
Good afternoon.
All right, where are you employed, sir?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI. I'm assigned to FBI headquarters, but I sit in Rock Hill, South Carolina.
All right, and specifically, what are your job duties in Rock Hill, South Carolina?
Right now, I supervise 5 full-time agents and about 17 part-time folks in my unit, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Okay. And explain to the jury what the Cellular Analysis Survey Team is.
So the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of about 80 special agents and task force officers. We're all across the country, and what we specialize in is analyzing historical phone records, specifically the location data associated with those.
All right. And is that something that you do personally in your job?
It is.
Okay. And explain just a little more. I know we'll get more when we get into your report, but what do you mean when you analyze cell phone location data? What are you doing when you do that?
So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the call detail records. These records are very much like the old paper phone bill we all got in the mail maybe 10, 15 years ago. They have the date, they have the time that the calls occurred, they tell me who called who, so if I made a phone call or somebody called me, those numbers are listed on there. They have the duration of the call. The major difference between the old paper phone bill we all got in the mail and the records I look at is the records I look at have a cell tower, so they tell me which cell phone tower was used to handle that call, and then they tell me which side of that tower was used to handle the call. So what I do is I take that cell tower information, I can compare it to a list of all the cell phone towers for that carrier, whether it be Verizon or T-Mobile or AT&T. And then I can take that date, time, and general location from the cell phone records, and I can compare it to a known date, time, and location. So most of the time when law enforcement is investigating a crime, they generally know what date, time, and location that incident occurred.
Okay. And as part of your cell phone analysis, do you also take location data directly from phones, if available, and plot that as well?
I can do that, yes, sir. So when law enforcement downloads a phone, it comes in a big report, and there's a location data section on there, and I can also I can analyze and map that data as well.
And how long have you been doing this cell phone analysis?
Part-time since 2012, full-time since about late 2016.
All right. And have you undergone any training to help learn cell phone location analysis?
I have. I have over 400 hours of training. In 2012, I went to a course called Basic Project Pinpoint, where it was 3 days. We learned how to read the records, compare the records to a tower list, and generate a very basic map. I used that technique in every one of my cases from 2012 till 2016. In 2016, I attended Advanced Project Pinpoint, which was a week-long course. And during that course, we took a deeper dive into the different types of records we can get from the carriers and how to use them. At the conclusion of that course, I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week being training on radio frequency theory, so learning how radio waves travel between the phone and the tower and then back through the network. The second week, we have trainings we had presentations from each of the carriers. So Verizon came into our training. We learned from the network engineers. Those are the people who design and maintain the network. And we also learned from the records custodians. Those are the people who provide the records to us. The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a specific cell phone tower. I can figure out generally how far that tower reaches. And then the fourth week was a moot court exercise where we had a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out and do a drive test, and then testify to it. And at the conclusion of that, I was certified. Now, every year since then, I've attended the CAST recertification course, which is usually 4 days where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get technology updates. And then because we're located around the country and sometimes in different parts of the world, we do case presentations to each other of what we're seeing in our respective areas.
Okay. And in your role as a CAS supervisor and prior, have you ever been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 130 times.
All right. So you've done this a time or two before?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you've been qualified before, specifically what have you been qualified as?
I've been qualified as an expert in historical call detail record analysis and cellular technology. All right.
And, Your Honor, at this time, State would move to as Mr. Wild, Agent Wild, as a expert in historical cell phone location analysis, if I said that correctly, sir.
No objection, Your Honor. He's so qualified.
All right. In your role as a CAS supervisor, you became involved in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you recall approximately when you became involved and how?
I believe, so I wasn't a supervisor at the time. I was just I was a regular agent, but I was asked in either it had to be in July of 2021 to provide some assistance in this case.
Okay. And asked by who?
I believe it was Dylan Hightower.
Okay. All right. And specifically, at least in July of 2021, what did he ask your assistance for?
Well, he had obtained a few sets of call detail records on some of the phones in this case, and there was a question as to whether or not where there was a 911 call that was made, and the tower that was using that 911 the tower that was used to handle that 911 call. There's a question as to whether or not that tower could provide coverage up to Moselle.
Okay. And so there was a question about why the 911 call first bounced off a tower in Hampton
That's correct.
County, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Moselle, to your knowledge, is in what county?
I think it's in Dorchester County.
Or could it be Colleton County?
Colleton County, yes.
And your assistance was asked to help figure out if that was possible. Someone could be in Moselle and a call could bounce off a tower in Hampton.
Yes,
correct? And the CAS team, does it have tools that can assist in figuring that out?
Yeah, we have something called the Gladiator Autonomous Receiver, and it's basically a box that we can put in our car. It's a computer, and it has a couple of receivers in it. And as we drive around, that box maps out the latitude and longitude, so like where we are with the box, and then it measures all the signals from the cell towers that the box can see in its area. It's very much like the old Verizon "Can You Hear Me Now" commercial. It's just doing that hundreds of times a minute. It's just constantly doing that as we drive around.
And just to simplify that a little bit, it would be fair to say that what this tool can do is help you map specifically where cell coverage exists and where it doesn't.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And as you move forward, did you go ahead and conduct that test?
I did. Myself, as well as Dylan Hightower and another agent with the FBI, we grabbed 3 of those pieces of equipment, 3 GARs. We put them in 3 cars. And over 2 days in the beginning of August, we basically drove everywhere all around Moselle, all the way down to Hampton, all the way up to, I believe it's Earhart, and over to 95.
Did you also go on the property of Moselle to take these measurements?
I personally did, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And afterwards, were you asked to prepare a report and to take all these cell records in and prepare a report and provide this report to show locations of various phones involved in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 458. Let's have you take a look at it and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, this is the report that I generated for this case.
All right. And when you say generated, what kind of information did you take in to help you generate that report?
Well, so I had to take in the cell phone records, so the records that were received from Verizon. I had to take those in. I had to also take in the Cellbrite downloads that came from one of the phones. And then I also had to, after we did the drive test, create some maps to kind of show and display that data.
Okay, and for this report specifically, there's a couple of numbers that we don't want read, but whose records did you look at? And for Maggie, Paul, and Alex, you can read their numbers, but whose Verizon records did you look at?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of your question.
I'm sorry. Whose Verizon records did you look at?
I looked at Alex's, Paul's, Maggie's, and then there's Marty Cook and CB Rowe.
Okay. And did you prepare a report showing locations off of towers where those various phones were on the days of and surrounding the murder?
Yeah, I showed the general area where the phones were on the days surrounding the murder.
And you mentioned you got some Cellbrite data on a phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember who you got that location information from?
I got that from Britt Dove at SLED.
Okay. And specifically, whose phone whose location data did he provide you?
That was Paul's location data.
All right. And did you plot those locations provided on your report?
I did.
All right. And those would include times as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 458 in evidence.
No objection. So admitted.
All right. And, Your Honor, the State would move to enter this under seal because there's some phone numbers included. I do have a redacted copy that we're going to publish for now in the jury and the audience. All right, Agent Wild, I'm going to ask you to step down with the court's permission, and we're going to pull this report up, and this is going to be a little tricky. We got some tight areas to work in, but can you stand in that area there? Give me a moment. Okay. So, Agent Wild, I'm going to hand you this, and I'm going to essentially ask you to start going through this report with the jury to explain to them. I'm going to probably only interrupt if I feel like something needs to be clarified. You just tell me when you need to click to the next slide. But at this point, I'm going to let you take it away, sir.
All right, so the first slide here, this is just who I am, my case number, and then the telephone numbers involved. So we can go to the next one. The second slide, it just gives a background. So I was asked by SLED to conduct analysis in this case is the first paragraph. Methodology is the second paragraph. So again, I take the call detail records. These are kept by the carriers for billing purposes, for some other technical purposes. But I take these call detail records. I compare the cell tower data on those call detail records to a list of towers. And they tell me whether that phone is in Hampton, whether that phone's in Charleston, whether that phone's in Spartanburg or Greenville. It gives me a general idea where the phone is. And then, so the cell site locations. So the towers can change over time. Okay, just in the last couple of years, we've gone from using 3G to using LTE, and now we're all have the 5G bar on our phone, right? So the tower lists change. The towers change. And we get updated tower lists on a regular basis from the carriers. So I use the tower list that was in effect around the time of the incident, so around the time of June 2021. The survey analysis section. So again, we took 3 pieces of equipment and we basically drove everywhere, all the way around this area, around the area, trying to record all the signals from the different cell towers. What that gives us is a general area of, it actually maps out the area of where there's coverage from those cell towers and cell sectors. And then, my conclusions, you can go on to the next one. So this slide just shows different types of cell phone towers. Okay, I draw your attention to the one on the top left. We have these speaker-looking devices hanging on this tower. Those are the antennas that transmit and receive a signal to and from a phone. Okay, a phone is very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, I tune into my favorite radio station or my favorite frequency, and somewhere along my route there's a radio tower. It emits a signal at that frequency. My car radio can receive that signal. I can listen to my favorite station. The major difference between a car radio and a cell phone is that with a cell phone, that information has to go in 2 directions. It has to be able to be received from the tower, but you also need to be able to send that information back to the tower. So those are the antennas that send and receive those signals. The second thing about this is you'll know that you realize those antennas, they hang on a triangular shaped structure. Most of the towers are designed to cover a full circle, or 360 degrees. And the way that the carriers accomplish this is by breaking that circle into 3 sides, or 3 sectors. So later on in my report, you're going to see these wedge shapes. And I like to just think of the center of that wedge shape as nothing more than the center of one side of this triangle. Going on in a lot of other places, urban, more suburban areas, there's not really room to build like these big towers like this one on the top left. So they start putting them on the sides of buildings. The smaller ones will be on top of light poles in the cities. So just because you don't see it or you don't realize that it's there, it's still there. Another example of that, of course, is my favorite, the pine tree. These are all over the place, and they usually sit about 150 feet taller than all the other trees around them. But at the top, there's these spray-painted antennas, and they provide the same service as a regular tower such as this. Good. All right, so again, the tower is separated into most towers are separated into 3 sides or 3 sectors. When I look at the call detail records, they tell me the tower number, say it's 23. They tell me the sector, say it's 1. What I have to do is I have to go into the tower list, and I have to look up tower number 23, and then I have to look up sector 1. And that tower list is going to tell me which way that sector faces. What I'm looking for there is something called the azimuth or the orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just 2 big scary words for direction. Okay, so if the azimuth is 0, all that means is that side of the tower faces north. Okay, if the azimuth is 180, all that means is the tower faces south. So what I have to do is I will draw a line at 0 if it faces north, and then I'll go 60 degrees in one direction, 60 degrees in the other direction. That gives me 1/3 of that tower, 1/3 of that circle, which is the sector in which the energy is being emitted. You can go on to the next one. So I display that information using this wedge shape. So you can see this is a 120-degree wedge. There's just shaded area in the middle. Okay, just because that shaded area is there doesn't mean the phone has to be within that shaded area. Radio frequency is like light. It's like if I shut all the lights off in this room and I shine a flashlight to the back of the room, it's just going to be emitted in that direction. That's all I'm saying by showing the shaded area, that the energy from that tower is being emitted in that direction. Good. And then this is how I map the sectors on the map. I use that wedge. Each one of these green dots on this map happens to be a cell tower. And so generally the phone's going to be somewhere within this wedge, within the arms of this wedge, but somewhere between the tower that's being used and the next one in that direction, but closer to the one that's being used. Yeah. All right, another set of records that we can get, something called RTT, or timing advance. This is a Verizon case, so the records we have are called RTT records. What RTT records are is it's an estimation of the distance between the phone and the tower at the time that that transaction occurred. All right, so what we get is a regular wedge, like we know which tower, we know which side of the tower is being used, and then Verizon tells us approximately how far the phone is from that tower at the time that it's used. Okay, this is based on like a basic time over distance theory. We know how fast the signals travel. They travel at the speed of light, and then all we have to do is time them from the time it takes to go from the tower to the phone and back to the tower, and then we can estimate the distance. So the phone, when these types of things occur, we have these records. What we're going to have is this hot dog, or this wedge, this shaded wedge here, or this shaded band here, and that phone's going to be somewhere inside that band or just slightly inward from the band.
And would could you use another word for that shaded band? Could you call it an arc?
An arc, yes, sir. All right, so now this slide, this is going into the actual case here. So this is showing the legend. So this is where all the locations in this case are located. Starting with the top left one, the top one, the red pin here in the center of the page, that's the address of the crime scene on Moselle Road in Island. Next is the green pin, which is Alameda. And then next is the orange pin. That's 1104 Luray Highway in Hampton, South Carolina. The purple pin is 123 Russell Road in Brunson, South Carolina.
And I'm going to stop you there, and let's go on to the next slide.
Okay.
And one of the things I'm going to ask you to do, Agent Wild, as you go through some of these, the colors kind of bleed sometimes on these monitors. So the jury may not be able to read some of the place names from where they're at. So each time we go to a different map, if you just kind of provide a general orientation of where the cities are and some of the roads are,
okay.
just so the jury can stay with us, please.
Okay, that works. All right, so this map, I can't read the time frame on the bottom.
Okay. All right, and That's cut off on the very bottom there?
Yeah. And,
All right.
but it's okay. We'll figure it out. Can I just?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
well, we can go
I
through the exhibit.
Okay.
The one I just did. All right, here we go.
You got it.
And I'll keep up.
Okay,
too, just
that's
so
fine.
you can see. Okay, so this is,
Thank you so much.
all right, so what's the time frame on
So
this?
the time frame for this one is June 7th, 4:53 p.m. to 6:09 p.m. And this is the activity for Paul Murdaugh's phone, ending in 7845. So the blue pin is the address in Okatee, South Carolina.
Okay, and what times do you show Paul's phone in that general area near Okatee, South Carolina?
So between 5:40 and 6:03, generally in that area.
On the afternoon of what day?
On the afternoon of June 7th.
Okay. All right, and there's several hits off several towers, I think.
There's some down here. There's some at the bottom. So 453, 511. It's using the tower just south of there. And then 521.9 through 609, the phone is using the tower north of there.
And just so the jury understands, you know, this is that sector you were talking about a few minutes ago, right? So when the tower pinged off this at in this sector at this time, in theory, that phone could be anywhere within this sector, correct?
That's correct. That phone could be anywhere within that sector. It could also be slightly outside of that sector because those lines, I can't go out to this tower and look up and see those three lines coming off. It's kind of like a fuzzy area between the sectors.
So the sectors aren't hard and fast every time.
Correct.
Okay. But you know, it's just as in your general experience, you know, within what range will you usually see a phone ping off a particular tower? What's the general max range? And I know it can vary.
Well, it can vary because it depends on where the phone is. You know, in a rural area, the phone could be 6 to 8 to 10 miles from the tower, and it can use that tower. It just kind of depends on where it is.
Because towers are usually pretty far apart out in rural areas.
In rural areas, I mean, they're set up for population density. So in rural areas, not a lot of population, a lot of farmland, they're going to be further apart. Whereas if you get closer into the city or suburban areas, they're going to be closer and closer together.
And as a general rule, do cell phones try to connect to the nearest tower, where they have the best signal, correct?
Well, the cell phone tries to connect to the tower and sector it sees as the best signal. That's not always the nearest tower, but most of the time it is.
Oh. And so Paul's phone is in the area of Okatee starting 5:30 p.m. to about 6:09 p.m. on the afternoon of June 7th.
That's correct.
All right. And just so it's clear for this jury, we say Paul's phone, you can't testify as to who was holding that phone, correct?
That's correct. I have no idea whose hand that phone was in during each one of these calls. All we know is that was the phone that we believe he was using.
But Paul's phone is in these areas during these times?
It is.
Okay, we'll continue with Paul's phone.
So this next slide is 6:17 p.m. through 7:30 p.m. And basically at 6:17, the phone is way south down here on the bottom of the page.
And let's do some general orientation here.
All right.
What's this town right here? Can you read that?
Yamasee.
Okay.
Yep.
And this is where?
That's Barnville.
Okay. And that green was again what?
Alameda.
Okay. All right. And red, and this red up here is?
That's the Moselle.
Okay. All right. So what do you see this phone doing during this time frame starting at 6:24 p.m.?
Yeah. So between 6:17 and 6:53, it's traveling north from the bottom of the page up to the side, and then kind of to the top. And then finally, where it uses sector 1 here at 7:05 and 7:30, it's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay. And this is just pinging in this area at 6:24, correct?
Yeah. These are just the phone calls. These are the phone calls that are coming on the phone. Those are the towers that the phone is selecting as the best tower at that time.
And this general direction seems to be traveling up north, and Okatee would be somewhere down in this area off the map, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's off to the, for the record, off to the right and below where this slide is. And then you see the general progression north towards Moselle.
Yes.
And we see sector 3 here. And what time is it pinging in sector 3? Just due south of Moselle?
It's at 6:53 p.m.
Okay. And then we see it switch over to Sector 1, which is a north-facing sector, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what time is it in Sector 1?
7:05.
Okay.
And then at 7:30, it uses that same Sector 1 at a distance of 2.91 miles, which is in the area of Moselle.
So it's 7:30, it's somewhere in this arc like we talked about before, correct?
Yes. Yes.
The arc, the number provided by Verizon is not necessarily 100% accurate, right?
It's not, because depending on where the phone is, if the phone's out in the middle of the field, 1 mile from the tower, it should register at a mile. But if the phone's in a house, or let's say the phone's in this courtroom, those signals have to go through the exterior walls of the courtroom, hit my phone, then go back out through the exterior walls. And that might slow the signal down, which will make the distance just slightly further.
So it's generally reliable, but not necessarily exactly accurate when you see that RTT distance, correct?
It's not exactly accurate.
Okay. All right, but regardless, at 6:53, it's pinging to the south of Moselle in Sector 3, and at 7:05, it's pinging in the same sector where Moselle is to the north, correct?
Yes.
And so what inference can you draw, in your opinion, of what the cell phone did between those two times?
Well, between 6:53 and 7:05, I mean, it could have moved from Sector 3 to Sector 1, or it could have been on the line between Sector 3 and Sector 1 at that time and just bounced back and forth.
But you would agree that generally this direction is towards where?
Towards Moselle.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're on the next slide. And tell us what we see. This is still Paul Murdaugh's phone, correct?
It is. This is 7:30 p.m. to 8:40 p.m.
Okay.
So here on the right side of the page, starting at 7:30, there's those activate RTT hits at.
And that was the same from the last.
That's the same from the last one.
Slide. Okay.
Right, and then 7:33, there's another RTT hit and a call. Another RTT hit on this tower to the bottom left. And then where those arcs overlap, when they're in close timing to each other, that's generally where the phone is going to be. And so you can see that the arcs overlap in the area of Moselle.
So by about that time, 7:30 to 7:33, would your opinion be that cell phones in that area?
It has to be somewhere in the area of Moselle. Yes, sir. And then we have other calls at 8:40, 8:32, and 8:40 on here as well.
Okay. At 8:40, and it pings off of this sector at 8:40?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And that's sector which off this tower?
That's Sector 1 off of that tower.
And again, same direction as Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see on this slide?
This is 9:03 p.m. on June 7th. And so here there's a call, and then there's an RTT distance of 3.11 miles.
Okay. And let's just do some general orientation again. The red is what? This red marker is what?
That's Moselle.
Okay. And the green is what?
It's Alameda.
Okay. And then what's this town right here?
That's Varnville.
Okay. All right. And we have a hit at 9:03:22.
Yep.
All right. And it's off sector what?
It's off Sector 3. But again, there could be a little overlap there between Sector 3 and Sector 1.
Okay.
And so there's a chance, I mean, the phone's likely still in the area of Moselle, it's just using a different sector.
Okay, your opinion is it's likely in the area of Moselle.
Yes. I know for a fact that there's signal from this sector in the area of Moselle.
You have a slide to show that.
I should, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, and then here we have at 10:34 p.m. Another hit.
Yes,
and
sir.
again, this is the same map as last time, correct?
It is. 10:34 p.m. It's using the same map, just the sector has changed back to Sector 1.
All right. And in your opinion, that phone is still pinging?
It's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay, and now we're transitioning to something else with Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is this?
This is the iPhone location data that was taken from from the download of his iPhone.
Okay, and we have some times here, and can I go ahead one slide because
Sure.
it has more information. It shows a overhead map of the area. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's talk about this. You've been out to this property, correct?
Yes, I have.
And this is where? What is this called?
That's Moselle. Yep.
And what am I pointing at right here in the bottom middle part of the screen?
That's the main house there.
Okay. And in this area up here, in the basically due north of the residence, what is this area?
That's the dog kennel or the hangar.
All right. There's a big hangar building.
Yes,
and
sir.
there's a smaller series of dog kennels right next to the hangar building.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. All right. And we have some location data from Paul's phone here, correct?
Yes, we do. So between 7:45 and 7:56, all these circles in and around the road and close to the kennels, that's where the phone is being used. And then at 8 o'clock, there's 2 hits down south of there at 37 and 100 meters.
And we see these red circles. What is that red circle, and what does it represent?
So the red circle is the it's the area that the phone could potentially be within. The phone shouldn't be any further than the phone should be where the pin is, but it shouldn't be any further than the exterior of that circle.
So sometimes the GPS information provided by a phone isn't exactly 100% accurate, correct?
Correct.
But it does. The phone information provides information that allows you to determine how accurate the location information is.
It's a level. It's basically a level of accuracy. So if the level of accuracy is like 3-4 meters, I mean the phone's going to be within this general area around me. But if the level of accuracy is, let's say, 5,000 meters, that just tells me it's here in town somewhere.
Okay. All right, and we see some of those distances listed in your data here, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at the 7:45:31 hit, we see, and what is this number?
That's the latitude and longitude, so that's like the specific point that the phone returned as where it was located.
And then I see a number next to that. What is that?
That's the radius, so the red circle in meters.
And talking about this again, data point, what does that number say?
48.
48 what?
Yeah, 48 meters.
Okay. So from the information side, excuse me. So from if I understand what you're telling us, is at 7:45:31 p.m. the phone is at this lat within about 48 meters of this lat and long.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. It's all right. And then we see some different uncertainty area. So at 7:46:09 p.m. there's about 165 meter circle. So that's this much bigger circle.
Yes, sir,
correct?
it is. Yep.
All right. And then we see 52 meters at 7:56:06 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you talk about these hits, and down here at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
And we're going to advance one more slide to show the digital map. The previous slide had the exact same data, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we're still looking at a overhead aerial view of Moselle, correct?
Yes. This is 8:04 to 8:05 p.m.
Okay. And so now we're seeing some hits across this Moselle Road, correct?
That's correct.
And again, we see the location error value, and it's somewhere within these circles.
It is.
At those times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're at 8:06:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 8:06:20, where do we see the phone?
So at 8:06:20, it's here on near Moselle Road, just north of the driveway.
Okay.
And from there, it moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar. It moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar, then kind of up the driveway, and then finally winding up back at the house at about 8:14.
So we see a series of location hits, correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at the timing, it would appear that the phone moves back through the kennels, correct?
Yes.
And then moves up this road towards the house at the main residence, correct?
Yes.
And we see some circles associated with this data, but several of these circles start to get pretty small, correct?
Yes, they are pretty small.
And what are those size of those circles?
20 meters are the final ones that are in and around the house.
And just so I clarify, we see the blue pin, right?
Yes.
And that represents the actual lat long that was recorded by the phone.
Yes, it does.
And the 20 meters means it's almost certainly within that circle.
Yes.
Within that particular pin, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you see a series of kind of rapid pings like this within a short period of time, Generally, what does that tell you is going on with that cell phone at that time?
Well, the phone's using some kind of application, some kind of map or something that's using its location data.
All right. And then, regardless, by 8:45 p.m., where is Paul's phone?
It's back at the house.
Okay, and that's got a low error of how big? I'm sorry.
An accuracy of 20 meters.
An accuracy of 20 meters. Okay, and that makes a pretty small circle around the size of that house.
It does.
Correct? And there's another hit at 8:14 p.m. at the same place?
Yes.
Sir.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Now we moved on. We're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, and we have some more hits starting at 8:14 and going through to 8:35:07 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
And all these seem to be centered around the residence.
They
correct?
are. Yes.
Now there's some varying degrees of accuracy. Correct?
Yeah. There's one that goes up to 165 meters, but most of them are between 20 and 79.
8:35:07 p.m. That phone, Paul's phone, is within 20 meters of the Moselle residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and we're going to skip one more slide just to keep with the digital map.
Yep.
And just so it's clear to the jury, this slide contains the exact same information, correct?
Yes, it does. And then I just switched the map over from the regular street map to the Google Earth map.
Okay. All right, so now we see another series of phone location for Paul's phone. And this is, again, the night of June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, 8:38:07. Where do we see that phone start pinging?
Again, there's a 56 meter hit at right around the dog kennels.
Okay. So by 8:38:07 p.m., that phone's within 56 meters of the dog kennels, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we see some more hits. There's a little bit larger of an error starting at 8:44.
Yes.
But then we see a hit at 8:44:55 p.m., and it says media location. What does that mean, sir?
So in the Cellrite report itself, for that record, it came from a movie file. That's where that location was generated from.
Okay. And have you reviewed or seen that video that that location data came from?
Yes, I have.
And just generally speaking, what is that video of?
That's the video inside the kennel when Paul's playing with the dog.
Okay. All right. And that video was recorded at the timestamp recorded on the video is 8:44:55, correct?
Yes.
And that matches exactly with the dog kennel, correct?
It does.
And I don't see a number next to that data point. Why don't I see a accuracy number?
Not 100% sure why there's no accuracy number, but we know the video was taken inside the dog kennel because we can see the video. And then the next one right after that, I mean, basically there's records just before at 8:44:53 seconds and 8:44:56 seconds, and both of those put it in the area of the dog kennel.
Okay. I'm going to skip one more slide here. Excuse me. And we're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have, looks like a hit location data at 10:18
Yes.
p.m. and at 10:18:03 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And both those are centered on where again?
They're, again, just right there in the vicinity of the dog kennel.
Okay. Now, did you plot every single location data point that you received from Lieutenant Doug?
No, I did not. So between 8:44 and 10:18, there was a series of location data points, but most of them were between like 4,000 and 6,000 or 7,000 meters. So they wouldn't, in my opinion, they weren't super helpful to figuring out exactly where that phone was at that time.
When you see an accuracy of that big or uncertainty of that big, in your opinion, is that location something that can be, is that reliable information?
I mean, not 100% reliable because it is such a huge, area it could be in.
And going back to the last couple slides, between then and now, between 8:44 p.m. and this 10:18 p.m., did you see any information off of Paul's phone that suggests it went anywhere but stayed at those kennels?
No.
All right, now we're going to move on to Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're going to rewind back earlier today, and let's look at this map first of all. What is this map generally of?
This is like the West Ashley area, so just south of Charleston.
Okay. And we see some tower hits, and this starting at?
Yeah, about 4:25 p.m. and then ending at about 7:05 p.m. The phone's generally in this West Ashley area.
So Maggie's phone remains in that general area until about 7:05 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right, and here, okay, this is a bigger map, so let's get oriented. What is this area right here?
Yeah, so that's North Charleston that you're circling there.
In Charleston.
And Charleston just to the south of that.
Okay.
Yep.
And then out here, what is that red marker again?
The red marker is Moselle. The green marker is Alameda.
All right. And then we see a series of hits with Maggie's phone. You've labeled them, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Yes, sir.
And these start at what time?
They start at 7:07 and end at 7:50.
Okay. And so, generally speaking, what does this indicate Maggie's phone is doing to you?
It's traveling from the Charleston area west towards Moselle or Alameda.
Okay. All right. And here we have a hit at 7:50 p.m., 7:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And where is this?
That's right in Walterboro, actually, right here.
Okay. Right here in Walterboro.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And did you take a look at what appeared to be Maggie's general route from Charleston out towards Moselle during that time?
Yes.
And what road would she most likely have been on to travel that way?
Route 17.
And so that route would have taken her right through the center of Walterboro?
It would have, yes.
I think right out here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so she's somewhere in this sector at 7:50 p.m., probably right in the middle of Walterboro, correct?
Yes.
All right. And just in your analysis, did you just looking for a rough number here? Did you calculate a rough drive time from here at the center of Walterboro out to Moselle?
Yeah, it was under 30 minutes.
Okay. Roughly 30 minutes,
Roughly
give or
30.
take? Okay. And this ping is at 7:20
Yes.
p.m., correct? All right. Now, were there any other? Did you get any more tower information off of Maggie's phone for the rest of the evening?
No, that 7:50 p.m. was the last tower hit I received that was on the records for Maggie's phone.
Okay. And there were some phone calls to Maggie after 7:50 p.m., correct?
Yes.
But were any of those answered?
No.
Okay. And so you don't have any good tower information for her phone after 7:50 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now we moved on, and we're looking at whose phone?
We're looking at Alex's phone.
Okay. And what time frame are we talking about here?
This is 4:10 p.m. to 6:25 p.m.
Okay. Let's get oriented here. This is the red marker is what?
Moselle.
And the green marker is what?
Alameda.
Okay. And then the town of, what's this town right here?
Hampton.
Okay.
And Barnville is just south of there.
Okay. And we see some hits off these two towers between 4:10 and 6:25 p.m., correct?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with the location of the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
Yes.
All right. And is that in the vicinity of Hampton?
It is.
And would that be within these areas that Alex's phone?
Yeah, that would be consistent with the activity on the phone records.
Okay. And that's up until when?
6:25 p.m.
All right. And here we are, the next slide. And again, orientation, green is what?
Alameda.
Red is what?
Moselle.
Okay. And what information do we see here?
Here we have a number of calls between 6:40 and 9:10 p.m. and they're all using tower 159263.
And that's
the
tower?
one shown, which faces north and is consistent with being in the area of the Moselle property.
So starting at 6:40 p.m., you see him north in this sector, which is the sector where Moselle is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So here we are. Let me go back. And the rest of these phone calls ping in the same sector up until 9:10:47, correct?
Yes.
All right, and now, what time frame are we talking about with this slide?
Now we're looking at 9:12 to 9:18.
Okay. And in the 9:12 phone record, where does Alex's cell phone ping? Which sector?
Uses sector 3 on tower 159263, which is the one closest to Moselle.
All right, so somewhere south or close to the border of this tower, correct?
Yes.
And then at 9:18 p.m. we see a ping off of this tower, correct?
Yes, off of 159217, which is closer to Barnville.
And it would be in the north, most likely in the north side of that
Yes.
tower, correct? Okay. All right. And now this is the same two calls, correct?
It is.
All right. But now I see looks like some shaded overlay over this. I'm going to give this back to you.
Okay.
What is that shaded overlay? What does it mean?
So the shaded overlay is the coverage area that we're able to determine from doing that drive test with our equipment. And so basically we had to drive everything all around these addresses and then go back and look at the data, and then it creates these bubbles that show us where the coverage, where the equipment saw that tower in that sector. And so here you can see that at 9:12, it's using the sector, it's kind of highlighted in green. And then at 9:18, it uses this one at the bottom, 159217, that's in pink.
Okay. And so what your drive test found is, you kind of described those neat sectors at the beginning, but in reality, they're kind of more messy, correct?
They are a lot more messy.
And from what you found from actual field testing is you could get coverage off this tower in, looks like it's just south of Varnville, anywhere in this pink area.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And that's in that particular sector. What sector is that again?
That's sector 1.
All right. And then this green area, you could be anywhere in this green area and potentially be getting coverage from this tower up north towards Moselle.
Yes.
Now, there's some overlap, though.
There is.
Those, correct? So there's some areas where a phone could potentially connect to either tower, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
But in 2 minutes, the calls are 6 minutes apart.
Right.
So, within 6 minutes, the phone used both of these sectors at the same time.
Okay. And just as a final point, again, the sectors aren't exactly black and white, neatly drawn, correct?
Correct.
And so, in reality, like this little green corner above this tower, a phone could be in that area and still be pinging off this sector
Yes.
of the tower.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And this coverage is something that you told the jury about the drive test, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you guys went out with actual equipment to measure the coverage in all these areas, correct?
Yes, sir. We drove all these roads, and again, that equipment, every few seconds, it's recording the GPS point, and then it's measuring the signal level from all of the towers and sectors in that area. And then what I do is I go in and I can read the tower and sector that was used by looking at the call detail records, and I can go in and select the coverage area, or this blob, for that tower and sector.
So let's go on to the next slide. And we see now we have some information starting at what, 9:20:34, correct?
Yes, sir. So at 9:20, from 9:20 to 9:46, there's a handful of calls, all using tower 159217, but using sector 2 that kind of faces towards the Alameda address.
Okay.
And then there's also one RTT hit at 9:34 at about 2.09 miles, which is consistent with being in the area of the Alameda residents.
Okay. And that starts that phone's within the sector. It's starting at what time?
9:20.
Okay. And last phone call on that sector is at what time?
9:46.
And Alameda is in that sector, correct?
It is.
But if a car were driving up this road towards Warrenville, I believe that's Highway 378 or 278.
Yes.
Excuse me. That's still in that same sector. Correct?
It is.
So
yes.
if someone's in a vehicle on that 278 right there in that sector, you would get the same information.
Yes.
Right. So, so at 9:46, if a car has already left Alameda and we're on 278, it was still pinging in that same.
It should, yeah.
go on to the next slide. And this is still Alex's phone, correct?
It is. It's just a zoomed-in version of the last slide.
Okay. So it's the same information, but looking closer, and I probably should have made some of those points on this one, but we see that road 278 here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Within that sector. And there's Alameda. It's also in the same sector, correct?
It is.
And so, in theory, unless for the RTT hit at 9:34, the phone could be anywhere in this arc.
It could be anywhere in that arc.
And for the rest of these hits, it could be anywhere within this whole sector.
It could be anywhere between this tower and sector and the next one in that direction.
Okay. Okay. All right, we'll go back. This is the next slide, and this is again Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and we see some hits starting at 9:52:59 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir. So 9:52:59, the phone's using the sector with the 240 in it. So it's not using the one that faces towards Alameda yet. I'm sorry, towards Moselle yet.
Yeah, and the red, and what's the red?
It's Moselle.
And the green?
Is Alameda.
Okay, so just in the previous slide, we saw the phone down here in the area of Alameda, correct?
Yeah, it was using that tower near Alameda, but facing Alameda.
And by 9:59 p.m., Alex's phone is pinging off of this tower right by Varnville, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Which
no,
tower?
At 9:52 and 9:53, the phone is using the tower closer to Moselle,
okay,
but on the sector facing towards Varnville.
Okay, all right. And then we have a 10:06 hit, 31, yep, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what particular phone call was placed from Alex's phone at 10:06 and 31?
That was the 911 call.
All right. And it hits off of which tower?
It hits off of the tower closer to Varnville.
Okay. But then at 10:17, there's another hit with Alex's phone. And which sector is it pinging off at 10:17?
That's using the 0 azimuth, so sector 1 that faces towards Moselle.
So that initial 911 call hit off this tower way down here by Varnville, correct?
It did.
All right. And that was one of the reasons you were called in to help figure out why that happened, correct?
I was, and I figured out why it happened. It's because, in radio frequency, the higher the frequency, the shorter the distance that it can travel. The lower the frequency, the longer it can travel. So on this tower, there's 2 different sets of sectors, and one is at a higher frequency, and one is at a lower frequency. So this call here happened on a lower frequency, and therefore the signal can travel slightly further.
Okay, so it's, in your opinion, it's consistent the phone could have been up here at Moselle at the time of that 10:06 911 call.
It could have been, yes.
Next slide. All right, and we're going to come up on them in a little bit. Do you have some more detailed maps showing the actual coverage? Actually,
yeah, I think this is it.
Yes, sir. All right. So what information do we see on this slide?
So this is the tower and sector being used at 9:52 and 9:53. And again, this blob shape here, that's the coverage area for that tower. And so you can see that it's mostly in the center here, but there are some dots out, but most of it kind of faces towards Varnville.
Okay. And the calls at 9:52, 9:53 occurred somewhere within this sector, correct?
Yes, they did.
And that line with the slightly shaded area represents the actual real coverage that you went out and measured where that phone could have been during it.
That's correct.
Next slide. All right, and we zoomed in here, correct?
Yeah, so we zoomed in. Again, now we're zoomed in kind of on the Moselle property, and just showing that there's a couple little specks of coverage there from this tower and sector
and again,
on that property.
Which tower is this? This is the tower that's closest to Moselle.
It is, yes.
But you do actually see some actual coverage area right there on
yes.
the corner. And the red is right there, correct?
Yes, the red is Moselle.
Next slide. Okay, and here we are. We're zoomed back out. Again, red is Moselle. And this is that tower just down south of Varnville, correct?
It is. So that's the tower south of Varnville, or near Varnville, facing north. And this is for the 911 call, again, on that lower frequency. So the signal goes a lot further. Actually, there's little specks all the way up here near Anston.
Okay. So this is Varnville, this is Moselle, and this is the coverage that you actually went out, and measured in with real equipment.
Yes, sir.
And you've determined all these shaded pink areas if a phone could get coverage in this tower sector in those pink areas.
Yes.
And we see some of that pink area up right by Moselle. Correct?
We did, yes.
Next slide. All right, and this is a 1017 ping, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it's in that sector. Now we're back to the tower that's closest to Moselle, correct?
It is.
And that's that north-facing sector.
Yes, it is.
Next slide. Next slide. This one. All right, and here we see again that 911 call at 10:06:31 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That originally pinged off of this Varnville tower. Correct?
Yes.
But we see this is the two coverages overlaid between these two towers that both have coverage at Moselle. Correct?
Yes, they do.
And you see some of that pink from that Varnville tower up right on the Moselle property. Correct?
Yes.
But you see more from the green from this tower sector that covers that same tower.
That's correct.
So, go ahead. Next slide. And here we're zoomed in, correct?
Yeah, we're zoomed in now, and now we have both of the coverages showing. So we're showing the pink, which is from that tower down by Varnville facing north, and then the green, which is from the tower right here close to Moselle, also facing north. And you can see there's coverage from both of those towers actually in the area of the kennels.
Okay. And in your opinion, that phone could have been right in that area for both these phone calls at 10:06 and 10:17 p.m.
Yes.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes.
And it does appear there's more coverage from the green sector off of this closer tower, though, correct?
There is.
Next slide. Okay, and this is just the remainder of the night for Alex's phone, correct?
It is, again, 10:19 to 11:18 p.m. And the phone mostly uses that tower closest to Moselle. There is another hit at 10:21 on the tower near Varnville.
Next slide. All right, and then continuing, what's the date on?
So
this is the next day at 6/8, correct?
So this is June 8th, starting at 6:31 a.m., ending at 8:54 a.m., and the phone's using the tower and sector consistent with being in the area of Alameda.
Okay. So this is the morning after the murders, correct?
It is.
All right. Next slide. And this is continuing the same. This is the next day, June 9th of 2021.
It is, and same tower, same sector. Time period is 7:52 a.m. to 8:36 a.m.
Next slide. All right, and here we see some information from June 10th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir. From 3:32 a.m. to 8:49 a.m. Basically using the same tower and sector here, just to the left of Alameda, except for this one RTT hit at 3:32 in the morning, where that band overlays on top of the Alameda address.
Okay. Next slide. And now we're on June 11th for Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, again in the morning, 3:52 a.m. to 8:15 a.m., and it's using the tower and sector consistent with being in the area around it.
Next slide. And this is June 12th of 2021?
Yep, 1:41 a.m. to 8:14 a.m., again using the same tower and sector near Alameda.
Okay. Next slide, please. June 13th of 2021 for Alex's phone, correct?
Yep. First call in the morning is at 9:09 a.m. and again using the same tower and sector consistent with Alameda.
Okay. Next slide. Now we're on June 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what are the times do we see these pings?
12:04 a.m. and then 9:53 and 9:55 a.m. Again using that same tower and sector consistent with Alameda.
Did you see any phone calls from Alex's phone between 12 a.m. and 9:53 that you're able to get tower information?
No.
On that day?
No, sir.
Next slide. This is June 14th, later in the day, correct?
It is 10:27 to 12:29 p.m. 10:27 a.m. to 12:29 p.m. And now it's using the tower facing north out of Varnville, but also using the tower facing into Hampton.
Okay. Next slide. All right, and this is June 14th, continued. And does that phone remain in the area of Alameda the rest of June 14th, at least until 4:26 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Next slide. All right, and then here we're on June 14th.
Yep.
And starting at 4:33 p.m. up to 6:08 p.m. Where do we see Alex's phone move generally?
It moves generally from there just south of Alameda over towards Charleston.
And that's this area up here. And it's specifically, I don't know if you can read it, but what is that there? Can you read that place name where that last tower is on the map?
Is it Somerville?
Does that say Somerville?
I think so.
All right, next slide. Okay, June 14th continued.
Yes.
And this is up in the area of the same Somerville, correct?
Yeah, this is in the area of Somerville, so between 6:08 p.m. on the 14th and 8:10 a.m. on the 15th, all the calls hit that tower sector in Somerville.
Okay, next slide. All right, and then on June, later that, June 15th, what do we see the phone do on June 15th?
It travels from Somerville back to Hampton between 8:10 a.m. and 11:40 a.m.
Okay, next slide. All right, and then now we're on June 15th for Alex's phone, and what two towers is his phone pinging off of for most of the day?
Again, the one in Varnville facing north and the one in Hampton facing towards Varnville.
Okay, next slide. And then June 15th, and this phone is consistent with the remaining area of Alameda during those times, correct?
Yes.
And those are 12:35 p.m. to 2:33 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Next slide. Okay, and just real quickly for these last three slides, you also reviewed the records of CB Rowe and Marty Cook, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed them for the night of the murders, correct?
I did.
And in your opinion, from the information you could see from their call records and their tower information, were either of those phones in the vicinity of the murder location between 8:50 p.m. and 9 p.m.?
No.
All right. Nothing further to say.
So I'll stand for a moment. For a break. We'll be in recess about 10 minutes.
may now be seated.
May bring the jury. All right, thank you. Mr. Barber.
Good afternoon, Agent Wild.
Good afternoon, sir.
I don't think I'll have many questions. This won't take long at all. We were looking at a lot of maps, and they had a lot of timestamps, and I think they're referred to as pings sometimes.
They're not pings.
What are they?
They're activations on the record. So whether they be incoming or outgoing phone calls, or those RTT activations, which are slightly different, or the other things with Paul's phone, those are like the iPhone location data records.
But we're looking at calls, text messages. Would a text message always make one of those timestamps?
No. So on Verizon, which all the phones in this case were, with Verizon, we're not going to get call detail record. We're not going to get location data with the text messages, just the way they're designed.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear when we said that there weren't more calls coming into Maggie Murdaugh after 7, that there were some text messages, but if there were, they wouldn't show up.
Correct. They wouldn't show up in her call detail records with cell tower information.
What would it look like on these maps if a call, well, let me ask this, do calls hand off between towers while they're still going on?
They do.
And what would that look like on these maps?
So it would look the same way it looks now. So again, when the call, before the call's even set up, so if my phone was on in this room right now, my phone is constantly scanning the environment. It's trying to find the tower and sector with the strongest signal. Okay, it's very much like sitting at the airport trying to find the best Wi-Fi to connect to while you're waiting on your flight. So what happens when a call hands off between towers during a call is the records look like they look. It's still going to show the initial tower and sector that the phone saw as the best tower and sector at the time the call occurred. And then after that, let's say the call is an hour long and I drive from here to Columbia, I'm going to hand off tower to tower to tower, but on Verizon, I'm not going to see that handoff in the records.
Right, and that I guess was my question, is you're just going to see that first tower. So if you're handed off like tower 1 to 2 to 3, you're not going to see on the same calls hits on towers 2 and 3 on this map.
Correct, you're only going to see the initial.
And do the coverage areas intentionally overlap to some degree to allow for handoffs?
Yes.
And we saw GPS data for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
Yes.
Did you have any GPS data for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I did not. There was nothing in the location database for the time period that was in question.
Do you know why that was?
It's either something Paul was running on his phone that generated it, or a lack of something that Maggie wasn't running on her phone that did not generate it. I really don't know the answer to that.
I mean, so the answer would be that you don't know.
I don't know.
Yes. And what about Alex Murdaugh's phone?
There was nothing during the time period.
So you mentioned that you've testified as an expert in, I think, over 100 cases?
Yes, sir.
And in some of those other cases, were you able to show phones moving together?
Sometimes we are, yes.
Were you able to do that in this case?
I did not do that in this case.
When you were doing the drive around to create that sort of coverage map, did you go onto the Moselle property?
I did.
Was that with the consent of Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, I believe so.
Could we pull up slide 35? Can you see the screen?
I can.
And I think the previous testimony was that this 10:06:31 call was the 911 call?
Yes.
I just want to ask about that timestamp because we heard from someone from the FBI yesterday the 911 call was actually placed at 10:06 and 18 seconds. So what would account for the 13 seconds difference between the two?
I guess it depends on the records you were looking at. There might be a slight offset between the records the other person was looking at and the records I was looking at.
And the 911 call center, of course, would have a timestamp on incoming calls.
Correct.
Right. Have you ever seen cases where there's a few seconds difference between those timestamps and this kind of records and what the 911 center might have?
Yes, sir. I mean, there's a difference between when you press the green button, and it usually takes a couple of seconds to connect on the other side.
And could we, on the Elmo, go to slide 56? And the reason I would like to do this on the Elmo is I think that the presentation was cutting off the bottom of the screen.
It was.
And this, can we see the top so we can kind of get context for what this is? Just, yeah, slide it down so that the top is visible. So this was Alex Murdaugh information, and this was on June 15, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know that was Tuesday?
I don't.
Can we scroll in so we can see the bottom? It says that activity after 2:33 p.m. indicates travel to Somerville. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any data after that? Is that the end of the data that you have regarding Alex Murdaugh?
Is that the last slide?
You have
Okay.
the slide. So this is slide 56 that we're looking at.
Yeah, there was other data after that.
And do you have location data for Alex Murdaugh after June 15?
I think so. I think
in this report?
Not in this report.
So in this report, I'm sorry because that's what we're looking at here.
Yes, sir.
Because I understand, of course, you have cell phone records. He kept using the cell phone, obviously, after the 15.
Yes, he did.
But for what's being presented to the jury, the last entry is, Tuesday, June 15, is the end of what you have.
Yes, it is.
And he's going to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
And finally, there last 2 or 3 slides, we don't need to show them. There was some information for some other people, a C.B. Rowe, a Marty Cook.
Yes, sir.
Why were you looking at information for them?
I was requested to look at the information for them for the night of the incident.
Were you requested to ever look at information for an Eddie Smith or a Spencer Roberts?
Eddie Smith sounds familiar, but I'm not sure about Spencer Roberts.
Okay. Did you look at information regarding Eddie Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that information with you?
I do not.
You do not have the information?
I don't have it with me, no.
Beg the court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
By the State.
Briefly, Agent Wild, you were asked by Mr. Barber whether you've been able to pinpoint two phones together in other cases, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what kind of data are you using when you try to have been able to pinpoint two phones together at the same time?
I mean, first of all, the two phones have to have activity around the same time. So we'd have to have calls at 9 o'clock on one phone and calls at 8:58, 9 o'clock on the next phone. That's the first thing we'd have to do. Second thing is it'd have to be indication the phones are traveling together or stationary at the same place at the same time.
Okay. And after 7:50 p.m., was there any Verizon location tower information provided by Verizon?
There was not on Maggie Murdaugh's phone. There was not.
So you wouldn't be able to provide any opinion as to whether her phone was near any other phone in the world after 7:50 p.m., correct?
That's correct, because there's no data to compare it against.
Okay. Affirmative statement.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Your next witness.
State calls Nathan Tootin.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? And to take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Nathan Tootin, T-U-T-E-N.
Nathan, good afternoon. How you doing?
Good, how about you?
Doing well. Why don't you tell this jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school. Start there.
I'm from Hampton, South Carolina. I graduated from Whiteham High School in 2018. I have a degree in criminal justice from University of South Carolina and graduated in 21.
And Nathan, it's hard to pick up you on the mic, so if you would, I know pull it as close as you can and just try to speak into it so we can all hear you. Okay, so I think you said you graduated high school 2018. You got a degree from where?
University of South Carolina.
And what field was it in?
Criminal justice.
Okay. And what year did you graduate USC?
21.
And what do you currently do for a living?
Law enforcement officer.
Okay, with what organization?
Walterboro Police Department.
All right. And describe your job responsibilities. What do you do as a Walterboro police officer?
I enforce the laws of the state and serve and protect.
You work in road patrol right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Nathan, growing up in this area, were you childhood friends with Paul Murdaugh?
That's correct.
When's the first time you met Paul?
Lifelong friends. Very young age.
Growing up in Hampton, knew him as a kid?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, tell us a little bit about Paul. What do you remember about him? Tell us the kind of guy he was.
Paul was the definition of a good person and a good friend. He's very loyal, salt of the earth kind of guy, and would do anything for you at any given moment, no matter the time.
What were kind of things that you all like to do together?
We like to hunt, fish, and really just hang out with friends.
Was Paul the kind of friend that you'd kind of call a reliable friend?
Absolutely.
All right. Was he the kind of kid that would be there for you if you needed help with anything?
Absolutely.
Did you spend a lot of time together with Paul through the years?
I did, yes, sir.
Did Paul have a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Did he like to use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
He was on his phone all the time.
In addition to being on his phone all the time, was he the kind of guy that if you needed something or reached out to him, he was going to respond back to you?
That's correct.
Was he going to call you back if you called him if you missed the phone call?
Yes.
And would you expect him to pick up if you called him?
Yes.
All right. Did you get to know Maggie also?
I did.
All right. Tell us a little bit about her.
Maggie was probably one of the sweetest ladies I've ever met in my life. She always looked out for Paul's friends and was a second mom to me.
And having spent a lot of time with Paul, did you also spend a lot of time with Maggie?
That's correct.
And then did you also get to know Alex?
I
his
did.
Dad? Okay. And is Alex here today?
Yes, she is.
Can you tell me where he is?
He's sitting at that table wearing the blue jacket.
And did you get to know him very well?
I did.
Through the years. Did you know the family before they moved their primary residence out to what we call Moselle? Did you know them before then?
I did.
Okay. Were you there when they moved or obtained Moselle and started using that as a residence?
I was.
All right. When Moselle was first constructed, how many entrances and exits were there?
Just one.
And which one was that?
That was the one by the cabin, or one that leads to the sheds.
Okay. And the sheds, is that the dog kennels in the hangar area?
That's correct.
And the cabin I think you referred to, is there a cabin on the side, at the front of that entrance?
That's correct.
Okay. And who put the mailbox in there?
I believe it's Maggie.
And tell us about that cabin. Tell us where it's situated and why you know so much about it.
My freshman year of college, Paul and I actually lived together at the cabin.
So it's like a small house, basically.
That's correct.
And where is it situated in regards to the hangar area?
A little bit closer to the highway.
How many feet or how far away?
100 yards, maybe.
And so you lived there, I think you said, for the summer?
It's just a semester.
A semester?
Mm-hmm.
All right. How would you describe yours and Paul's friendship? How often would you guys communicate a day?
Just about every day. Every other day.
Phone calls?
That's correct.
And texts?
Primarily phone calls.
And later in life, did Paul go to school?
He did.
Where did he go?
USC.
And that's located where?
Columbia.
And did you see him whenever he would come back into town?
I would.
Would he come back frequently?
No, sir.
At the college level? At the college years?
No, sir.
When would you see him? Would you see him in the summers when school was out?
Good bit.
All right. And I think you mentioned before y'all did a lot of fishing and a lot of hunting. Are you familiar with firearms in general?
I would say so.
Did Paul have any guns that he favored? Ones that he kept on him and kept with him most of the time?
He did.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit about, however you want to describe those two guns.
The two guns that were with us most of the time was a black 300 blackout and a camouflage 12 gauge Super Black Eagle 3.
And the black 300 blackout, what was that firearm used for primarily?
Anything.
Okay. Did you use it for hunting?
I did.
Okay. What would you hunt with that gun?
Anything.
Did it have the scope? I think you said there's a scope on the top or some sort of sight. How would you describe that?
As thermal scope.
Meaning you could see heat?
That's correct.
Okay. And describe the Benelli shotgun that you just mentioned also. What did it look like, and how did you know it was Paul's?
It had a very distinct digital camouflage pattern, and he had a gun strap that he's used since I've known him, and that's what stayed on that shotgun.
Do you know the differences between, so we hear, Benelli Super Black Eagle models, and then I think we've heard 3 and 2 and 1. Do you know the differences between the various models?
I do.
Okay. So when you look at it, they have distinctive features on them that would tell you whether it's a 3 or a 2 or a 1?
Very subtle differences, but yes.
But you feel comfortable that you know the difference?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Sorry.
I'm going to show you what's been marked entered in evidence as State's Exhibit 88. permission to approach the witness. Nathan, I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 88. You feel comfortable taking this for a second and now tell me if you know what it is?
I do.
Okay. Here you go. Be aware of the muzzle.
This is Paul's rifle.
And you know that because you've used this a bunch of times?
That's correct.
And also now show you what's entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 4. Is this one? This is State's Exhibit 4. Do you feel comfortable taking a look at this for me for a second and let me know if you know which firearm this is?
I do.
All right.
No, the safety's off.
You're on. It's inert. Thank you.
This is Paul's shotgun.
How do you know?
I've used it several times in distinct camouflage pattern along with Paul's gun strap.
This strap in particular is Paul's?
That's correct.
How do you know this is a Model 3 Benelli Super Black Eagle?
Well, would you like me to explain?
Absolutely.
So there are a few subtle differences. One being the forearm grip. The Super Black Eagle 3 has a slight flare or increase in curve. Another difference would be the trigger magazine port has an indentation that allows you to insert shot shells easier. The Super Black Eagle 2 and previous models don't have that. Another difference would be the button that releases the bolt, which makes the weapon operable. The previous models, being the original and number 2, are circular, whereas this one is more rectangular. I mean, the easiest way to tell the difference is they're labeled 2 and 3.
Thank you. I'm going to show you now what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. You feel comfortable handling this gun for a second? Let me know if you recognize what it is.
I do.
Do you recognize what this gun is?
I recognize that as Buster Murdaugh shotgun.
Okay. What model is this?
Super Black Eagle 2.
And you know it's a 2 because of the other features you just mentioned and pointed out for the jury?
That's correct.
Would you do that again? Tell us why you know that's a 2.
Like I mentioned earlier, the slight flare on the 3. This one is straighter and more narrow. Does not have the indentation for the magazine port, and the button is circular.
And you said it was Buster's shotgun. How do you know that?
The Mojo sticker on the barrel.
The sticker at the top of the barrel there?
That's correct.
Familiar with it. Mojo.
That's correct.
Did Alex have a gun that he favored, a shotgun?
He did.
What was one that he favored?
That was a Super Black Eagle original black shotgun.
Are you familiar? Did Paul have a 300 blackout rifle prior to the black one you just identified?
That's correct.
All right. Were you familiar with what happened to that firearm, the original one?
I am.
All right. Tell us the story.
It was a party, and there was a black 300 blackout and a tan 300 blackout. He had the tan one, and it got stolen from a party one night.
Speak up.
It was stolen from a party one night.
You know what year that was? Approximate year?
I'd say early 2018.
And that was the firearm that was stolen was what color again?
Tan.
Tan. All right. At what point in the Mizell property was what year, approximate year, was the second entrance created? That one with the brickwork.
I'm not sure.
It was a few years though after they'd owned the property. The family had owned the property.
That's correct.
Was it common to use either entrance by the family to leave and enter the property?
Yes and no.
All right, we'll explain.
Paul and I and friends would use the entrance by the sheds more, whereas Alec and Maggie would use the main gate entrance more.
If you all, and let me ask you, before we get to my next question, what the hangar area with the kennels, are you familiar with it?
That's correct.
Could you describe to the jury just a very basic layout of that area?
It was kennels as you're riding into the driveway. The kennels would be on your left. The shed or hangar would be directly on your right. There was another shed that they had built in front of the hangar, and there was a skinning shed for animals out back to the right.
And would you spend a lot of time down at the hangar area and kennel area?
We would.
Why would y'all hang out there? Why was that the collection place?
It's just a central location where everything was located.
Tools?
Correct.
And farm equipment?
Correct.
If you all were spending time down at the kennels and someone was leaving the house, would it be common for them that someone, whether it's, Alex or Maggie, to stop by on their way out, leaving the property?
Yes, sir.
That would be what would normally happen?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play what's been marked as... I'm going to show you what's been, not marked, but entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 297. If you have a little screen there, if you wouldn't mind watching that for me and listening. Thank you for the computer.
Get that. Quit, Cash. Come on. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Come on. Let's go. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash. Quit.
Did you hear voices on that video that we just played?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul Murdaugh's, Maggie Murdaugh's, and Alex Murdaugh's.
Could you tell where they were located in that video? Did you get a sense of where that was?
Dog kennels.
Okay. The kennels down at the hangar area?
That's correct.
We heard yelled out a name called Bubba. Are you familiar with Bubba?
I am.
Who's Bubba?
That'd be Paul's dog.
Okay. And what kind of dog is he?
A yellow lab.
Is he trained? Well, was he was he a house pet or a pet?
At that time, yeah.
Was he also trained to hunt or be a hunting dog or a bird dog?
That's correct.
Did Bubba have a? Well, describe Bubba. How would you describe Bubba?
Hard-headed.
Did Bubba have a thing where he liked to chase chickens?
I'd say so, yeah.
If a chicken got out of the pen, would he chase it?
That's correct.
Have you ever been there when he caught chickens?
He would chase anything.
He'll chase. Did you ever there when he caught birds though that were coming out of that coop?
I mean, he's tried. Could I say I've seen him? No.
Okay. Were you aware then that Bubba? Were you aware that Bubba would chase those chickens?
Absolutely.
And had you been aware that he'd killed chickens before by getting them? Have you ever had to wrestle anything out of Bubba's mouth or try to catch him when he doesn't want to be caught?
Try to catch him.
And if he doesn't want to be caught, what's going to happen?
Not catching him.
Did you begin working at the law firm we've heard called PMPED?
That's correct.
When did you start working there?
I believe it was February of 2019.
Okay, and what was your job there?
I was a runner.
Runner for the law firm in general?
That's correct.
Kind of, without specifically not yet talking about the work you did for Alex, but what kind of work would you do there generally?
Be a courier for court documents to different courthouses and law offices across the state, assist paralegals and attorneys with really whatever they needed, just help around the office.
Okay. And you worked there from 2019, and when's the last time you worked there?
I want to say it was May of 21.
Okay. So May of 2021. Or
excuse me, 2022.
2022. So you would have continued to work there through the tragic events of June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
So you saw the upheaval at the law firm as well. You witnessed that?
That's correct.
Nathan, I'm gonna direct your attention to the weekend leading up to June 7th. Could you tell us a little bit about any communications you would have had with Paul leading up to June 7th? Did you all talk any leading up to it?
To the best of my memory, we spoke that Saturday. I think he called me over the weekend.
Did it seem like a normal conversation?
Yes, sir.
What were y'all talking about?
He was going to Charleston, I believe, and was talking on the way.
Is that the last time you talked to Paul?
That's correct.
How were you made aware of what happened? How did you find out?
I received a phone call from my mother the night of. Not sure how she knew, but shortly after I received a phone call from one of the law partners that told me.
And they called you because they knew you were close with Paul?
That's correct.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living with another friend of mine in Allendale County.
And did you go out there that night?
I did not.
Did you attend the funeral and wake?
I did.
Is that the last time you went to Mazzell?
Yes, sir.
After these events, how did it affect you?
It was hard. Losing a really good friend and a really good person.
After these events, I think you said already, but you continued to work at the law firm?
That's correct.
How was Alex? Was he out of the office for some time leading after this event on June 7th?
That's correct.
Did he eventually start coming back into the office?
A little bit.
Did you have an opportunity or an occasion or multiple occasions to do running for Alex?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this would be before the murder?
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit about what Alex would have you do.
If I needed to pick up court documents from different law firms or courthouses, drive them depositions, cash checks, some of the things.
I'm sorry, you said cash checks?
That's correct.
He had you cash checks for him?
That's correct.
All right, well tell me, where would he send you to cash the checks?
Palmetto State Bank.
Okay. What were your instructions for that?
Cash check.
And what would you do with the money?
Take it back to his office.
Like cash?
That's correct.
Is it in an envelope, or are you just holding it?
It was in a Palmetto State envelope.
Okay. And you would take that envelope of cash, and where would you bring it?
Back to his office.
Okay, and just hand it to him.
That's correct.
How many times did he have you cash checks like that?
Very frequently.
Very frequent?
That's correct.
Many times?
Many times.
Was there ever a time when you cashed that check and there was a room full of, has there ever been any time where you cashed the check, brought it back to Alex's office, and there was someone in his office?
That's correct.
Multiple people, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us who those folks were that you would have been there when Alex is sending you to get cash, you're coming back with the cash, and there's someone sitting in his office.
There was different occasions. One particular occasion was Greg Alexander.
Who's he?
I believe he's the chief of police for the embassy.
Okay.
Corey Fleming.
Do you know Corey Fleming?
I do.
And what did he do?
He was an attorney as well.
Okay.
And Michelle's best friend.
Okay, and who else?
And Chris Wilson.
And do you know who Chris Wilson is?
I do.
Who is he?
He's an attorney in Bamberg, I believe.
When did Alex stop asking you to cash checks? What was the time frame?
I believe it was a few weeks before the murders. So
a few weeks. You've been doing this a lot, and a few weeks before the murder, he doesn't ask you to cash any more checks.
That's correct.
Did you have an opportunity, or were you assigned to assist? Or let me ask you this: do you know who Jeannie Seckinger is?
I am.
And who is she, and who was she at the time to you back in 2021 range?
She was my immediate supervisor.
And were you ever, after the events of June 7th, were you assigned and tasked to assist her in her investigation of financial improprieties within the firm?
In some ways, yes.
All right. All right, and continuing, you were assigned to assist Jeannie, and what kind of things were you doing in that capacity?
We would look through different cases. She would have me get cases from probate court and go through and highlight cleared checks, and if I found a discrepancy, bring it to her.
Did you understand the scope and what you were looking for? Did she kind of involve you in that?
Somewhat.
Did you figure out kind of shortly thereafter what you were looking for, or what the reason was?
I'd say so.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2021, specifically July 4th, or July 4th time frame. You have that in your brain?
I do.
Did you drive Alex to the airport?
I did.
Tell us about that. Why did you drive him to the airport?
Well, at the time I was still a runner, and he asked me to give him a lift to the airport, so that's what I did.
Where was he going?
I believe he was going to Florida Keys with Maggie's family.
So he's going on vacation to the Keys on July 4th weekend or July 4th time frame?
That's correct.
And did you in fact drive him to the airport?
That's correct.
Did you have a chance, did he say anything to you on that ride to the airport?
We talked.
Did he tell you anything about the boat case?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that he would like to clear Paul's name.
And do what? And beat the boat case?
Beat the boat case.
So now with Paul gone, he's talking about he can beat the boat case.
That's correct.
This is a month after the murder?
That's correct.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It was very important, Alex, to clear Paul's name from the accusations in the boating case, wasn't it?
I don't know.
That's what he told you, right?
That's what he said, but I don't know what he was thinking.
Well, you know that he stood behind Paul all throughout the boating case, the criminal part, right?
That's correct.
And a lot of people in the Hampton community turned their backs on Paul, didn't they?
That's correct.
You didn't, did you?
No, sir.
Alex and Maggie didn't, did they?
No, sir.
Your brother didn't, did he?
No, sir.
And are you sure it was July 4th?
The week of the 4th. That's correct.
Okay. And he was going to Florida on a vacation and visiting with Maggie's parents, Maggie's sister, brother-in-law. You understood that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you're talking about you went and got some cashing some checks with for Alec, and sometimes you'd come back, give him the cash, and you mentioned that Greg Alexander was in his office one time, Corey Fleming one time, Chris Wilson one time. You remember that?
That's correct.
I mean, what'd you do when you walk in? Just give the envelope to Alec?
Yes, sir.
Did you sit down and see what he did with the money?
Not at all.
Are you suggesting that he was giving Greg Alexander any of the money?
I'm not suggesting anything.
Okay. Do you know if that's what the Attorney General was trying to suggest by asking you that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You've known Paul, you knew Paul all his life for the most part, correct?
Correct.
And how old are you?
23.
And I think you described Alex and Maggie as kind of your second parents.
That's correct.
And you spent a lot of time at Moselle. You hunted with Paul. And Buster, too, I take it.
That's correct.
And you lived there at that cabin you talked about right there on the edge of Moselle Road, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Paul's go-to guns were a .300 Blackout and the 12-gauge Benelli that you identified here in the courtroom, right?
That's correct.
But now you knew that Paul's had originally been given a .300 Blackout for Christmas that got stolen, right?
That's correct.
Did you go to the party with Paul and he had the .300 Blackout in his truck? You go in the party, come back, and it's gone?
Not exactly how it happened.
How did it happen?
Didn't realize it was missing for a few days.
Okay. And Paul would never lock his truck, would he?
No, sir.
And he would leave guns in his truck, right?
That's correct.
Did you know that .300 Blackout had been replaced?
I did not.
Okay. When did you learn that?
This trial?
During the trial.
That's correct.
But up until the trial, you never knew that it had been replaced.
No.
But you'd seen Paul use .300 Blackout you identified as his go-to gun, right?
That's correct.
And the .300 Blackout that you identified has a thermal scope, does it not?
That's correct.
And whose gun did you think got stolen? Paul's or Buster's?
I would assume Paul's.
Were you aware that the .300 Blackout replacement did not have a thermal scope?
If I didn't know about the gun, then no.
Okay. So, do you know whether or not this is Buster's .300 Blackout sitting here in the courtroom?
That is the gun that I used at Moselle.
Okay. Now, when Paul would clean his truck out, he would take, well, let me back up. Paul normally keep guns in his truck?
That's correct.
300 blackout, 12 gauge. Anything else?
Sometimes some pistols, but.
And there are times when Paul would clean his truck out, and then he would take the guns and leave them in the shed down there by the kennels, right?
That's correct.
And sometimes he would forget that he left them down there, right?
That's correct.
And I think you described him as being careless with leaving guns around. Is that right?
I'd say so.
Okay. And he'd even left guns in your truck, right?
Correct.
Now, Paul was a guy who liked to work with his hands outside, correct?
Correct.
And he loved the Moselle property. Is that right?
I'd say so.
And he liked to work the land with equipment and plant for game management, for duck hunting and dove hunting and things like that, right?
That's correct.
And to do that, he wasn't always on his phone, right? I mean, he liked to work with his hands. Is that fair to say?
Wouldn't say that altogether. Take several breaks while he's working with his hands.
Right. And I think you've described it. He would put his phone down, and while he was doing some work, and then he'd forget where it was. He'd lose it. He'd go back and find it later.
That's correct.
That happened fairly regularly, didn't it?
I'd say so.
And you listened to the video that was played. Did you hear water running in the background?
I'm not sure.
What kind of work would Paul do down there by the kennels?
What do you mean?
I mean, would he, if Bubba or the other dog had messed in their dog run, would he clean it up?
I'd say so.
Okay. And if he did that, perhaps he'd put his phone down while he did that so it wouldn't get wet?
I would assume so.
Yeah. It's a reasonable thing to do, right?
I'd say so.
Okay. Now, you were close with Alex, Maggie, Paul, and Buster. That you and your brother were, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to observe Alex's relationship with Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
I'd say it was a very loving relationship.
Okay. And okay. And how would you describe Alex's relationship with Maggie?
I would describe it the same.
1 second, Your Honor. To your knowledge, after the boating accident, did Paul receive threats of any kind?
Correct.
What kind of threats were you aware of?
Just threats that he would say people would text him, different social media platforms, but
right.
Didn't really go into very vivid detail or anything.
I'm sorry?
Didn't go into very vivid detail about anything. He just...
And his circle of friends got really close, tight after the boating accident, and you and your brother, he talked to you all frequently, did he not?
That's correct.
Okay. And then he would go to Charleston to visit with friends down there, correct?
That's correct.
So he didn't feel comfortable, in the Hampton area where he lived because of the boating accident. Is that right?
He stayed away.
Yes, sir. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Nathan, you were asked about threats to Paul. Did you ever know that Maggie received any threats?
I was not aware of any, no.
I'm going to ask you, counsel asked you about a little bit about the kennel area and asked if you'd heard water. Are you familiar with how generally the kennels were cleaned? Were you there when the kennels would be cleaned?
Sometimes.
Okay. Generally speaking, describe the kennel for me. What was actually inside of one of the kennel runs?
The kennel had a doghouse, beds in the doghouse, and just kind of like a concrete pad.
And if you're going to rinse off the kennels, what would you do with the dog bed?
You would put it on top of the dog house.
Okay, and why was that?
So it wouldn't get wet.
And then, what would you just leave the dog? Would the family or if you were cleaning it, leave the dog bed up on the top of the kennel, or are they going to bring it down when the kennel, after a certain point in time?
You wait for it to dry and then bring the bed.
If the family, if you were down there or anyone was down there at the kennel area and it was nighttime, would you turn the lights on?
Yes, sir.
Are there sufficient lights out there to make it a fairly well lit area if all the lights are on?
I'd say so.
If you're at the main house and the lights are on down at the kennels, can you see that area from the house?
Yes.
Would it be very visible to you to see that there's lights on down there?
Yes.
Would the fans, are there fans in the kennel area?
There are.
Would the fans be left on generally for the dogs?
Generally.
And again, if anyone was down there working, would the lights be turned on?
Yes, sir.
That's it. No further questions.
Anything further?
Counsel asked you a question about Paul's phone usage. I think he said Paul uses his hands and what he would do with his phone. Do you recall if Paul did have to use his phone, would he put it in any of his pockets?
If he was working outside in that capacity, the pocket he would put it in would be his back pocket.
And that was the common thing he would do almost nearly every time?
That's correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further? Just a moment, sir.
Your Honor, thank you.
You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this day. Please, we'll have a good weekend, and we'll see you 9:30 Monday morning. Everybody be seated, please. Anything before we adjourn for the weekend?
Your Honor, purely for scheduling purposes, a week from Monday is President's Day. It's a state holiday. Are we going to have court or not?
I do not anticipate having court on President's Day.
I'm sorry.
I do not anticipate having court on President's Day. We also will adjourn hopefully no later than 4:30 next Thursday.
4:30 just for that day?
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday, but we be in court on Friday.
Yes.
I'm just want to make sure. And I wondered if the Attorney General had any more refined position on, things seem to be moving quickly now.
As I stated yesterday, we're shooting for Wednesday, and we're still on track for that, Your Honor.
Begin to fly people in next week. So you're going to adjourn at 4:30 on Thursday, but and not have court the following Monday. That's
yes, sir.
Okay. That's great information.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. We're in recess. Yes.